Right, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Dancing Banana. I'm here with Nivex, Parthenos, and Scoob, and welcome to Championship Wednesday of the Meridian Collegiate Conference. How are we all feeling? One more day.
Dude, the energy is high. I mean, I woke up buzzing.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty great. But I think let's go straight into it. 15 minutes till we're going to have our first game, but so much chaos has happened. There's been games. Upper round 2 has happened on Sunday. Lower round 2 happened on Monday. And I think there's a bit of chaos involved in those. And upper round area, it was actually pretty light. It was 4-1 Nebraska, Iowa State. Pretty simple, pretty clean. And in general, I think Nebraska, very good momentum for them, right? Obviously, Iowa State playing with a sub. But in the end, they took it away. And yeah, Nivex, what do you think about that for Nebraska?
I think it's a strong showing. Obviously, the sub kind of that can throw a wrench in some of the predictions or what you could possibly gauge out of it. But at the end of the day, you're winning the matches you need to win, and it's playoffs. That's what matters.
Yeah, I think it's a completely valid take. And that was the final proper Northern game we had in the upper bracket. But then, for the Southern game over there, the last fully Southern game we were going to have in the playoffs, CSUF versus Clemson. And I think there was a lot of hype going into this. In fact, we have a player from that game here. I think, unfortunately, you're on the losing side of it. Do you want to talk about what happened in that game and how CSUF did? Because I think CSUF, they played very well.
They did. They were very mechanical, and we did our best to stop it. And to be fair, we were close every game. I think it was about a 1-goal difference except for the last game. So we were definitely close, and it sucks. I don't think the 4-0 score really shows how close it was, unfortunately, but we had fun, and I can't wait for CSUF to perform for us.
Yeah, I think it's 100% fair, especially it was definitely closer, and I think Clemson was a very good team, but CSUF, I think going into that game, there was a lot of question marks, right? I think, Nivex, I think you and I talked about a couple times, like, CSUF, this was not the same CSUF we've seen. I think in the regular season, like, early CSUF was very dominant. But then later on, they've kind of just weakened out. Even in, like, that Texas Tech game, it was just not the best showing from them. And yeah, sure, they have, like, what was that now, a 12-0 record? Is it 12-0, I want to say? Yes, 12-0. I think it's just wasn't the best. But then they showed up. I think the very first goal, what was it? A Vats full flip reset pass over to Jarda to get the first goal. And it's like, I think instantly you could tell this was a whole new team. So I think very impressive there. But then obviously the lower round 2 matchups is where chaos came and evolved. Firstly, Iowa State, Washington State was an absolute mess of a game. It's obviously going in, Iowa State, they were back to their main roster, and Washington State's there. Washington State, reminder, had the reverse sweep to even make it into the playoffs. But Parv, can you talk about this game a bit more?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the craziest things about this game is I do think a lot of people, including myself, like rated Iowa State like really highly. And they're still a great team, but I think what we really should be talking about is maybe Washington State weren't given their flowers. I think it's a result that's a little shocking based on if we look at records and stuff like that. But in terms of how we've seen them play, like top to bottom, I mean, there's never been a time that they've really been like controlled in a match. Every single match they played, the other team has left, hurt a little bit. So I think that's one of those matches where it was kind of, fought tooth and nail, and Washington State just kind of got the better end of it.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. I think something I want to point out very heavily was those final 2 games in that series where Washington State, they were down 3-1 at one point, I should mention, Washington State, and they came out 1-3 in a row to take it back. I want to point out Coro. I think in those final 3 games was, I think, the best version of Coro we've seen in a good minute. And like he was just superb out there on the field. I think that's what it took for them to win in the end, to now face off the other team, Kansas State, who, surprise, surprise, they also played a Game 7. This time it was against Clemson, And it started off really hot for Kansas State, right? 3-0 up. Giro was having a great time. Awen Techno, Moon were also there, having a good time, but very solid showing from them. However, and then suddenly game 4 to game 6, it was a worry for them. They were losing. Things were getting out of hand. Clemson got their claws on them. They dug their claws in. They were in that game, and then game 7, the second game 7 that day, and 14 games then at that point. But in the end, Clemson, they couldn't quite make it. They got eliminated. Kansas State helped secure North, their third team, and now it's 3/4 of the playoffs remain of Northern, which is honestly, Nivex, I think we've casted a lot of Northern games. I think, is that really surprised that the North is like the majority here?
I don't feel like it's that much of a surprise. I think that's something we somewhat had an expectation of going into the beginning of the season. A lot of the Northern teams seemed to have that upper hand when it came to those non-conference games. And then also going into the rest of conference play for the Northern Conference, it was like we started seeing just a bunch of really dominant teams, while the South had a lot of bouncing around and shifting that was going on. Most of that shifting and, oh yeah, who was going to make it was kind of reserved for the end of conference play in the North, while the South just had that all the time, which, I mean, truthfully, that made it very interesting to watch all those Southern teams like, oh yeah, who was going to make it? But the North felt very solid for a long time. And so coming into the playoffs, I feel like, yeah, we definitely had that sort of like expectation that, okay, these teams have proven themselves to be very solid, and we know that they will be doing well coming into these playoff games.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair assessment. But I think also some of the upsets in this game meant that the average rankings here on the desk, right? It was between Nivex and I, then Arch and Fast. And we had a bit of an average rankings that we talked about at day 1. I think looking at it now, day 1, after the elimination of Texas Tech and OKW, our average rankings looked pretty alright, I would say. However, I think since then, things have kind of gone in a way that we didn't expect. Right? We've seen the elimination of Iowa State, a team that we thought was going to average a 3rd place finish. In the end, just out early. Clemson, we did around the top 6 range, 5.5. So, kind of where we expected them. Maybe they could have gone a bit higher. And then Washington State, they're making their run. They're doing their thing. And suddenly, there might be belief in the hearts of the people. But I think with belief, there also comes expectations. With expectation comes pressure. And I think let's go around, let's talk about who do we think of the 4 remaining teams has the most pressure on them, on their backs, to make it and possibly get the victory here. I think Nivex will start with you.
Who do I think has the most pressure? Oh, that's a tough question. Truthfully, I feel like it's going to be whoever drops out of that upper rounds match, whichever team is going to come out of that. Because all things considered, whether it's Kansas State or Washington State that comes out of that lower third, that team's going to be on fire, and they're going to be coming back with a vengeance. Whether or not they played against this team or not, we know they played them in conference, so it's going to be a tough match for whoever loses that upper round.
Completely fair. Scoob, what about you? Who do you think's got the most pressure of the 4 remaining teams?
I gotta agree with Nivex here. I think whoever drops out is, fighting an uphill battle, and it's not going to look pretty.
Completely valid there. And Parf, what about you? You thinking the same lines of them?
Not really. I think I do agree with that. But I would also say a team like Kansas State, who they're very confident in themselves, of course. But I mean, if you look at the seeding, if you look at like the regular season, I mean, they did outperform Washington State, and this is a match where I think it's similar to like how maybe Iowa State may have felt, where it doesn't really feel like you can lose, but this is the type of match where you're probably it's almost like a trap game. You're thinking about that next match. You're thinking about that lower final where you have to play a team that you've lost to or you haven't played who's 10-0. So I think for them, there's a lot of pressure because not only do you have to either win your lower final and then the bracket reset, but I mean this team right in front of you is not just going to lose. I mean, they're going to take you 2, 3. You know, they might win. So I would say for them, it's one of those games where there's a lot of like back in your head pressure where you feel like you just can't lose.
Yeah, and I think for my team, who has one of the most pressure, maybe not the most, but I think they possibly might have one of the most. I think it's going to be Nebraska, honestly, right? I think as a team, you've made this addition of Zimic to your squad, and it's just been all uphill. They've been, I believe, undefeated since the introduction of Zimic, and I think it's just they've been really good. And it's just one of those things like suddenly you're number one in the North. You've been talking like that. You're really good. You're going to win this entire thing. This is your hardest opponent yet, right? If you lose, suddenly you're on the back foot. I think, like you said, once you're down there, it's like it's do or die. And I think these are going to be your hardest opponents yet. I think I'm going to say when they face people like Kansas State, I think they feast them at their weakest. I don't think they faced the strongest Kansas State they could have. Did Kansas State face the strongest Nebraska? No, of course not. I think Nebraska always has like another gear to them that we haven't quite seen yet that we might have to see here against CSUF. But in general, I think if they were to lose any one game now, I think it's on for them. But I think for the 4 teams remaining, we also have like very soft opinions about them. Like we've been watching them for a while. We've been enjoying them. We talk to the players, but obviously one team's got to win. But sometimes logically can be one thing and emotionally can be a completely different thing. I think head versus heart. I think I'm going to start it off, and I'll tell you logically who do I think is going to win this entire thing. I think my head says simply it's going to be CSUF, right? I think they're going to go for the simple 14-0. I think they're going to win it. They've been amazing yesterday. Sunday, Jarda's play was MVP caliber. I think he was absolutely threatening on the pitch. Anything he did, he couldn't do wrong. He was just walking on water, I think. But my heart, my bracket says Nebraska. I'm Washington State. My heart says
Wow.
Washington State. I want to see the underdog story. A team that lost 8-3 in game 2 of a best of 5 to go down 2-0. A team that had the reverse sweep to make their way into the playoffs and then not instantly got swept by the strong team of their conference. And they've been slowly fighting back. That's a team I want to see make it all the way and win it. Because that's just, I mean, what a story would that be? But Stu, what about you? Who do you think logically is going to win it all, and who do you want to win it all?
Yeah, I agree with you. You know, seeing Washington State fight so hard to get to where they are right now, it's beautiful. But, you know, I love Nebraska. Shout out to Nebraska.
Oh yeah.
They have my heart. I know the guys in Nebraska, and they're nice guys. So my heart says Nebraska number 1. That I hope they beat CSUF.
Devex, what about you? Who does your emotions and your logic lie with?
Well, if you guys were tuned in, last week, there was one team in particular that I said, if I had to pick an underdog, who was it going to be? And I said Washington. Okay? So my heart is going out to Washington right now. But my brain does say CSUF. So we're going to have to see if we end up with a finals of CSUF versus Washington. I'm going to have to make a tough decision. That's all I'm going to say.
And then Parf, obviously you got a team here obviously in the playoffs, but what's your head and heart say?
Okay, I do have a lot of bias here, so I would not listen to mine as much. I would say my head and my heart are the exact same, and that's going to be Nebraska. I'll talk about head a little bit. It's one of those things where I've been in every scrim for them. I watch every replay for them. We talk a lot about like replays, all that kind of thing, and really being students of the game. So I'm really confident that that they can win any kind of battle or match that they might have in this league. And then for my heart, obviously, I mean, I go here. I love the school, so I'm always going to back them.
Yeah, but obviously, so we got Nebraska, Washington State all across the board here, but I think We won't be seeing either of those teams till later today. The teams we will be seeing, though, Kansas State versus Washington State. It's about to be kickoff here in a few minutes. I think let's go around the board. We've talked about these teams a good bit already, so I think let's get into the Preds right away. I'll start it off. And I believe I said something. Yeah, I did say that team. I'm following my heart the rest of the journey, I think. I think MCC has not been a logical tournament and how results have turned out at times. And I think it's going to stick like that the entire way. Give me Washington State. How about you, Nivex?
All right. I'm sticking to my bracket here. All right. I'm sticking to my bracket in saying that Kansas State is going to be the one to make it out of this. But I already said where my heart is. All right. So either I'm going to be doing well in my bracket or I'm going to be feeling good. So we're going to see what the outcome is like. But at least my bracket says that Kansas State wins this.
What about you, Scoob? Kansas State v. Washington State.
Oh boy, do I have something to say. So, Kansas State unfortunately beat Clemson. And I don't know much about Washington State, but I hope they beat them for us because it was an upsetting loss. We were very close to reverse sweeping them, and maybe a little bit of residual anger is left. So I'm gonna go with Washington here. I hope they beat Kansas. No, I hate the Kansas, but well, maybe a little bit.
Yeah, we got a hate watch on the desk over here, but Parf, fourth person here is currently split here on the desk. What are you saying though?
This? I'm really high on Washington State. I think they're really good, but I think K-State is just. I think you said it the other day. Three-headed Hydra. It's just a really strong team. There's no weakness for them in terms of their players. I'm really high on Giro. I think he's a really good player, so I'm going to go K-State.
I believe that is 3-1 here on the desk between the people. But there is the coin. The coin who's been really bad at making guesses. So we will see. It's 2-2 on the desk, I mean. So complete split. The coin will favor a team here, and unfortunately those people will have a bad time. Blue will be Kansas State, orange Washington State. What do we get? Oh, God, it got Washington State. 3-2 here on the desk. Washington State, I'm so sorry, but kickoff time is approaching. Harv, Scoob, we will see you guys later for the lower finals. But Nivex and I, let's go cast this game.
Yeah, we got some work to do.
We
got a lot of work to do. I think we got that big day ahead of us. I hope that you guys will obviously join us throughout all of it because we got some excellent games coming. But I think right now we have a lot of northern matches to decide who is possibly going to be facing off against this CSUF team. Obviously, either in the finals or in the lower finals in this case. So I think right now, this match right here might be a pretty big tell to see who is actually the number 2 seed in the North because these teams have been up and down. We've had some chaos coming through, but we got a good game on our hands.
Yeah, and I think it can be so exciting to see today, right? I think in general, there's been a lot of question marks for both of these teams. Washington State, Kansas State. You remember this was the first match I think early on in the season that we were extremely hyped for. I just remember watching that match, and that was a crazy one. Game 5 thriller. Kansas State came out on top. They were like, this is the number 1 team in the North. But what these people decide on the pitch, it's currently 1-0 in favor of Kansas State in the entire season. Washington State, can you take it where it matters most as we go here into Game 1? As we start off with the kickoff, we got on the orange side, Washington State, the blue side, Kansas State. Cora trying to put a shot on, it's going to be way too high. We'll get met by Giro. Though 50 there by Strider's going to put this ball very high. And already starts off with some Washington State pressure as the boost totals are getting low kind of for Kansas State as they start replenishing.
Yep, well, and the first shot does come through. Second shot comes through from Washington State. That's one thing that, if you guys have been watching throughout this entire tournament, when Washington State has a lot of shots on net, you know that they're going to be doing well. And so far, they're the only ones with shots on net. I mean, we've only seen 30 seconds, but if there's ever a good sign that Washington State is going to be giving us a great match to watch, it is going to be that, as at least right now, I should say, the pressure is somewhat evened out as Kansas State is throwing some pressure their own way.
Yeah, this is the guy to watch, though. Giro, he is a very worrying player. No, Moon's going to be the one currently correcting. Giro yesterday was, I think, the best player for Kansas State. I think it's fair to say, throughout the entire series. But right now, Techno's going to try to take a shot. It's going to be off target here. Nienta's going to get a heavy clear out. Coro's going to be actually there to meet it. Suddenly over to the other side, but Giro, again, is there. Get met by Nienta. Shot. And going to be too high. Strider, though, is going to be next. It's going to be up. It's going to be off. Should have been a goal on target there. First miss. That's proper for Washington State, as suddenly Kansas State try to make it to the other side.
Get to the other side, and they're a little confused, I think, on that sidewall. Maybe not the best communication coming through here. And Strider, this is a character that we were talking about. If Washington is going to show up and really cause some problems, we need Strider there. You know, throughout the season, Nienta and Coro have kind of been that forward and middleman that have really made sure everything has worked. But as we've seen in these lower rounds, Strider was the one that kind of started popping off a little bit and really showing that, hey, he is just as much an offensive menace as his teammates are, even though, you know, maybe the stats don't say that. So good to see him getting a goal right off the bat, as this might have a chance of just going in. Unfortunately, Nienta pinging it off of the crossbar, but nonetheless, Washington pressure coming through.
Yeah, I think it was actually Coro's shot that pinged off the crossbar. I don't know if it was actually on target already, but right now Strider tries to put something, won't be in. Techno, shot, goes out to Nienta, not even on target. Giro will take control here, gets past one, will be met by Strider. Very lateral, though. Alien Techno, sidewall double, can he do it? Yes, he can, to the corner. Nienta, heavy clear out, met him by Moon. Garo can't get it, no problem, though. Strider will be the first on it. But like you said, Strider, lower rounds, has been absolutely great for this team. I think OKWU game, I think he was just objectively their best player on the pitch. Highest goals per game we've ever seen from him in the entire season, if I'm correct. It was like near 1/1. And yeah, I think he's maybe not to that level. I think that was kind of out of nowhere for the guy. Goro almost shot in as we're speaking. But yeah, he's definitely stepped it up offensively and has been very willing as the third man to do something right there, though. It was there, but it would be Giro who gets the save as another pressure comes on. Washington State, this game has been all them with their 8 shots, and even more that have just gone slightly high, slightly to the side, slightly high again, as Techno just takes it out.
Yeah, well, and we are sitting here talking about a lot of this Washington State pressure. There is one weakness that I think we've been discussing throughout a lot of the games that we've seen of them, is that when they are involved in a play, whenever they're moving forward, whenever they're rotating back, they like to do it together. They are one unit that moves through the entirety of the field. And that's something that you can at times catch them out on. You can catch the third man cheating up just a little bit, or you can catch a defense that might be double committing, or maybe a lot of people jumping for a save. That is something that in this game, in this series, I should say, Kansas State is going to have to look out for, because that's what they're going to need, and it looks like Giro, he's going to find the double tap and even out this game.
Yeah, tries to get clear out there by Strider, but Giro just heavy touch, gets there first. Coro, he's got no chance in Giro. He is not letting off of what he was doing on Monday, as it's 1-1 here in the series. Nienta will meet here Moon. Will be a very favorable here for Washington State. Strider has a chance. Will get saved by Techno, but he gets a second touch. Giro's all messed up. Shot, Coro, it's off. Nienta, it's high. Gets blocked. There's going to be a double commit, but should be okay here for the Washington State team as Moon will get it actually underneath. Good 50 there by Nienta as a minute approaches. This game has been very close, but it feels like Washington State should have more goals than they currently do.
Yeah, and I feel like that's something, again, with their very high shooting totals, that's something that we've somewhat kind of come to expect a bit, as that was a decent look center, although it doesn't look like Nienta's going to be able to catch up to it, unfortunately. And Moon, with a decent clear there, is able to find the back of the net.
Yeah, Strider puts that pass infield. It is a very good one. I think Coro slightly closer would have been fine, but unfortunately, Moon read that first, and suddenly Kansas State, 3 shots, but they got 2 goals out of it, so A-okay for them. Nienta won't meet this ball, though. 30 seconds remaining in this game, and suddenly, Washington State, the heavy pressure that you've applied, you got to apply it even heavier, even faster. Strider, heavy touch out, will be past Moon. Coro, no boost, will get demoed. now 30's properly 30 seconds. There's team bumps, there's issues, there's a shot, it's gonna be off. Moon saves it, Moon sticks around. Koro has to dodge his teammate. He gets to stick around, gets a 50. He's gonna try to put this straight down to a teammate. Strider's there, Strider shots high, gets saved. Jiro's trying to put a touch, gets it 2. Alien Techno, who gets it out, 10 seconds left. Koro, no boost, has to wait this out. Techno's just gonna buy time, gets the fake on 1, just has perfectly placed demo. Nienta now, no boost, has to try to keep his ball alive. He cannot. Game 1. Kansas State, after going down 1 goal, makes it back.
Do make it back, and again, a little bit of something that we've somewhat been alluding to throughout a lot of this first game is that Washington State, they have a high shots total, but it's not always converted at the best rate, I guess would be the proper way to say it. And a little bit of that showing through here. I think that was in total, 13 shots?
13 shots,
from
yeah.
Washington, and only coming through with 1. So right now, Washington, a little bit of a common issue, not quite able to find the back of the net.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things about Washington State is we talk about them as all-in team, right? Like, when they're going for something, they will put 3 people up past that midfield line. And it does work at times, but like moments like this where they can't quite place the shot on target when they probably should have been able to. There's like, I'd say at least 3 very winnable chances there that they could have scored. And if one of them gone in, this is a very different game. But unfortunately, the shot selection was fine, but the execution wasn't there. I think that's the biggest cleanup that they got to do going into this game, and they probably take game 1. But game 2, let's see if they can redeem that as we go here. Will be a kickoff diagonal between Strider and I believe that is going to be Alien Techno. But as things wrap up here, kickoff goes underway. Game 2. Let's see, do we get 2-0 Kansas State, or is the series going to be tied 1 apiece?
And truthfully, if you're Washington, obviously you want to take games right off the bat, right? But right now, they need to win a game as soon as possible. You do not want to get this Kansas State team a decent amount of games ahead of you. Obviously, Washington was able to do it against Iowa State, but nonetheless, you never really want to throw yourself in that position. So Washington might need to start looking at quality over quantity with these shot totals, but we will see whether or not anything changes with their strategy, because all things considered, they were still getting some decent pressure last game.
Yeah, I don't think the actual strategy was the issue, right? I think it genuinely was, you just didn't put your shots on target. I think if they literally scored 2 chances, right, it's a 3-2 game. Like, you win those. I think there was more than 2 chances there as well. So I think, in general, the actual choices made weren't bad. But I think the bigger issue might become, is Kansas State prepared for it this time? Techno, nearly an own goal. There's a demo. It becomes an issue. Strider can't put it on target. But again, stuff like that where it's like, you have an opportunity, but you don't capitalize on it. You got to capitalize it against a team like Kansas State, where if you don't, you will get punished by someone, especially when Jiro is going to be playing like he has been.
Yeah, well, and his teammates, Jiro's teammates, are not afraid to help him with that. While Jiro, you can sit here and say is absolutely doing a lot of this offensive pressure, we've seen some, cheeky demos here and there. We've seen some movement from the rest of this team that allows and creates opportunities, not only for Jiro, but for each other. And that's part of the danger that you're going to kind of allow if you either don't let up on this Kansas State team, or, you don't convert some of these things that should be the opportunities that you need, because they're never going to let down.
Yeah, but right now, we're 2 minutes into the game. 3 shots from Washington State compared to the 1 from Kansas State. It's been a pretty simple game. There's a high shot. It was kind of a lob that really wasn't going to ever be in. But right now, the boost total is looking kind of sketchy here for Washington State. The moment I say that, Nienta does pick up a big one. Jiro goes for another double tap. I feel like this has been his bread and butter for a while now. But a big clear there by Strider is going to make Alien Techno get a heavy touch. Gets met, though, by the 50 that happened with a teammate in another. But gets demoed. And the physicality, I think something not mentioned yet, is very much true for both these teams. But something I do associate a lot with Washington State.
Yeah, well, and when you have a team that is very much so committed to an offensive play, to a defensive play or something, you can make it so that you are creating room for each other. You are giving each other a little bit of space to breathe. because that is what will help develop some of the opportunities that, truthfully, I feel like we've seen so far in these 2 games, as Strider getting a beautiful dunk there. Just maintaining this pressure right now is what will help Washington take this game, even if some of these shot totals and some of these conversions aren't coming through. But as I'm saying that, it seems like Strider doesn't want that to be the record that gets set.
Yeah, I love that from Nienta. Gets a touch, goes instantly for Alien Techno. Gets the bump, ball goes slightly out, but Strider's able to clean up. I love that by Nienta. Off-ball play is the name of the game in this series. I think in general, Jiro's obviously going to go for the doubles. That's his thing. But I think the off-ball plays is going to become the most important thing throughout the series. And right now, it was the reason that we have a lead here for Washington State here in Game 2. Jiro, that was going to try to stop it, gets an air dribble. Koro, no boost, no problem, gets a heavy touch out. Alien Techno, though, gets a good catch. Has a bit of time on his hands. Gets a flick past another. Strider, though, good touch there. Make sure goes very lateral. No issue from the other Kansas State player. As now another challenge from him has gone very upfield. Techno now is actually on the back foot here. Gets a good 50 on the Nienta. Strider again. It's going to be their Jiro. Though one-on-one here now with Koro. Gets a flick. Won't be on net yet because Koro's there. But it's suddenly looking like Kansas State has some good pressure, but that shot's off target. The follow-up will get met there by Nienta. Techno can't do anything with it. Koro is able to clean that ball out. Heavy touch out very quick. Uses all his boosts. Picks up, but there's a demo now, and suddenly there is time here for Washington State. Nienta clears out, and Washington State, they get away with it.
They get away with it, and with 1 minute left, you could sit there and say they were doing a little bit of surviving, but it looks like they're going to have to survive a little bit more as that pass will go center. Moon not quite able to do the same. And right now, Washington is definitely holding on, but it does seem like Kansas are getting a little bit more ground than it seems like they've had so far this game.
Yeah, but there's like no boost on their team. I think a combined 50 maybe, but there's a 50 there. Goes the way of Techno. Gets another save here from Jiro on Niento's shot. Moon is trying to get this ball out as quick as possible. No boost. Gets past one. Gets a demo actually. Strider puts it high. There's no one there. It'll be time. No boost. Just a big hit out by Strider. Techno demoed fast. Koro, is he going to be next? No. He's opting to play the third man that's deep. He knows that his team doesn't need any goals. They just need to play for time. 3 seconds left. High touch. Jiro, he's going to be up. Gets met by Nienta. Gets bumped. It's going to go down to the ground. Moon keeps it up. Can't be met by another. Game 2, Washington State. Series goes 1-1.
Series goes 1-1, and a huge win for Washington there. Obviously, again, you wanna win no matter what. I'm definitely not saying you want to win at certain times, but right now you don't want to let a match start to get away from you. Obviously, we've seen some chaos happening in these lower rounds where teams have been able to come back, but you can't always rely on momentum. You can't always rely on a little bit of chaos to help you on your way when, I mean, this Kansas State team is one of the higher teams in these playoffs. They made it through these uppers a decent bit and then dropped down, and they survived, obviously, another lowers round match. This is not a team that you want to be testing the waters with. It is not a team that, kind of just came down and worked their way through. This is a team to be reckoned with.
Are you misremembering? I thought Kansas State lost to Iowa State in upper round 1. Right? They lost game 7.
Did they?
Yeah, they did.
Was it in round 1? Oh, did they? Oh, I'm misremembering.
Yeah, sorry. No, this is another grinding.
No, that's fine.
Both these teams have been grinding their way
through.
Both
of these teams have been grinding. Okay,
I mean,
well,
convincing
nonetheless, you don't want to lose to them.
Yeah, they Kansas State beat Texas Tech 4-1. Absolutely convincing fashion, I should mention. But here, game 3. It's still arguably one of the most important games in the series, but thankfully here, for one of these teams, it does not mean match point. So, as we go on, Techno gets a heavy touch. Strider, though, will meet it, puts it out, will get met first by Moon, actually, who puts another high touch. I'm not feeling the high touch. I feel like there's got to be a shot on target when you're doing one of those, because it's just buying time for the team. Koro, though, is going to try to do a redirect. If gets a good 50, gets met there by a Jiro, but lateral, because Strider's going to be. Tries to go for a ceiling pinch, can't get the double. Creativity, though, on the Washington State side, even from players like Strider, who you wouldn't expect it from normally.
Yeah. Well, and I want to somewhat circle back to one of the things that you were talking about prior about just putting shots on net, as Moon just puts a shot on net, because sometimes it is just throwing stuff at the net and making sure that a team will eventually crack. That's one thing that Washington absolutely loves to do, and that's something that you can fight back against them with, because if they're all in on one play, then sometimes they can double commit, sometimes they can be too far all in, and that'll cause them to not be ready for just a simple shot on net. Or it'll break them down enough that a simple shot on net will do the trick, and just right there, that's what did it.
Yeah, but Koro tries to put a shot on net himself as we're speaking about it. Moon, though, gets the save. Got one shot now, one save for him. Moon's been playing pretty well in this first minute, but Koro's trying to mess him up. But good 50 there. Gets met by Jiro. He's trying to dodge Nienta's physicality. Does so successfully. Does he stick around with this ball? He does. Gets past Strider as well. Nienta's alone, but no issue there. As Techno's actually not ready for it. Gets demoed by Strider, who pinches in middle. And suddenly Koro, he has a shot. He has a goal. And that came very much from Strider. As we see, he gets a big demo, no boost, gets a good pinch. Jiro is not ready for it. And Koro, soft touch with the back of his wheels. It's a 1-all game. But I think, as we've been saying, it's going to be a game of just putting shots on. 2 shots for both these teams after a minute. So, actually, a bit less for Washington State than they normally have at this time, as we've seen the last. They've had, like, probably 5 shots, and it feels like 2 minutes in the past. But Jiro tries to put it down as we're speaking. Can't do so successfully. Gets met by Koro, who's going to get a teammate there to assist him. Nienta heavy touch out. And gets a good 50 on the Moon. Means this ball will be on the Kansas State side properly, but a heavy touch is going to get this ball cleared out. And suddenly Jiro is going to be having it. No boost, but doesn't really matter. Alien Techno will collect this ball. It's going to just try to keep the pressure on. Right now, it's just Kansas State. They're just trying to figure out where does Washington State, like, fumble and where can they make their own play. Koro, though, is going to not make any mistakes as this ball suddenly, though, gets heavily 50 as I say that. And right now, Kansas State is setting up camp in the Washington State side as Jiro is going to try to put a shot on. No, it's going to be high. Moon, can you follow it up? Yes, you can. 2-1, Kansas State.
Great follow-up here from Moon. I mean, Jiro doing exactly what we expect him to. This time, not making it to the back of the net, but nonetheless, still putting the ball in front of the net, and I'm sure Moon is more than happy to clean that up and to get them 1 goal up in this series.
Yeah, I think that was one of those things where they just, over time, Kansas State figured out that they can just lock down that midfield presence, and there's nothing that Washington State could have done. The boost was getting kind of low, and in general, the way Washington State does their clearing is heavy touch with a quick follow-up. But in situations where you have a good midfield presence, that doesn't really work. So we're going to see something. Again, another heavy touch. This time, there's not really a good midfield presence, so Nienta will be the first to it. But now Techno gets a good clear out. Koro, though, will deny it from going any further. Moon, now his turn. Gets a clear out directly to Nienta, but too vertical for him to actually do anything. Just going to be boost deals in return from Moon. He's going to put a back pass, actually. Jiro's going to be the first one there. It's going to be a shot. It's going to be a goal. 2-goal lead here for Kansas State.
Absolutely beautiful find here, placing it just in that top right. A good look center. Just to send it back out, all of the Washington defense really close to the net there, not looking to cut off any passes, and then it ends up getting chipped over you. That's not what you want to see if you are this Washington team, as it looks like Kansas State right now, they're the ones who are going to be taking this momentum in this Game 3.
Yeah, it's like Kansas State have figured something out that they like when they're playing against Washington State. I think they figured out that this midfield presence, where they just low-key play a single person up and 2 people back, works very well, and it works really well when you're getting 50s like that. Jiro, just extend this lead outwards in Game 3.
Just a solid 50 here. Strider, I don't know if he didn't expect it or thought that Dominus was just a little bit taller, but not the kind of 50 you want to be having in front of, well, your net. But even with this kickoff, it looks like Washington State kind of losing out on this series, but, I mean, listen, we've seen a lot more chaotic games from them, as there are going to be some shots on net, but with some not quite as precise shots, it does seem like Kansas State are going to survive a possible onslaught.
Will get this connection, and it just feels like right now, it just feels like Washington State, they don't have that same offensive pressure that they've been having in these past games, right? I mean, you can see in the stat line, 3 shots versus Kansas State's 8. This is genuinely flipped on its head. What in the world are you guys doing, Nienta Strider? Oh, no. Oh, dear.
Yeah, that was a bump by, who's flying past Moon there, that ended up to a team bump, and that is a bar down, which is absolutely brutal for Strider, who was probably thinking that it wasn't going to be a bar down. Unfortunate, and we're now at 5-1, which, even for a Washington State team, that's hard to come back with, as it looks like we might have 6-1.
Well, hey, what? Good news, Washington State. You have very good cope you can work with. You remember when you went down 8-3? Yeah. You guys reverse swept after that. You got some great cope if you're them. Like, honestly, do they have the best cope in the entire league? It's some very good cope.
I mean, they've come back from some pretty crazy situations, both in conference and in playoffs. So it's not like a BO7 is going to change that anytime soon. But maybe they do. Maybe that might be a good way of saying that they're a pretty stubborn group of players that even after a pretty solid win that it looks like this is going to turn into, they're probably still going to be kicking after it.
Oh yeah, 100%, right? They went 3-1 down. Going 2-1 down actually really isn't that bad in what they've already dealt with in this. 3-1 down to an Iowa State versus a 2-1 down to Kansas State. I'm happily taking the 2-1 to Kansas State. But right now, Taekto's going to try to make me eat my words as he sets up to Brazil with 21 seconds left on the clock. And it's just been... This game's kind of been wraps for a few minutes now.
It has been wraps for a few minutes now as, again, this Kansas State team, they seem to have found their groove and have been looking at some of the advantages they can take within some gaps in defense, some maybe slightly slower rotations than they had prior expected, and it's working out for them so far as we have these last 10 seconds, which truthfully is a little bit more of a formality.
Yeah, but as we go here, Koro, just going to try to keep the ball up a tiny bit. As this ball does successfully hit the ground, and Kansas State, they are 2-1 up. And in the end, I think a much better look from them. I think it was the best look a team's had on the other team in this series so far. It's been 3 games. Anything can change, but that's a good spot to be if you're them.
Yeah, it's a great spot to be. Again, Washington State definitely known for some of the more crazy games, but nonetheless, getting a good amount of goals against any team, especially in the playoff setting, is always a good sign. And if they're able to hold on to this, I feel like they're going to be doing pretty well for the rest of this series because at least with that last game, Washington not really getting that offensive pressure you were talking about. They were on the lower end of shots as I believe it was they had an average of 10 shots in their previous games so far, at least as of the last series that we watched before this. So Washington not doing exactly what they want to do, and it's kind of showing.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that I think Kansas State have figured it out. They've locked them down. I think the big thing that I've been seeing, and I've mentioned it multiple times in that game, and I'm going to mention it again, midfield presence. It's just Kansas State, when they're on the offense, they were so much better at it than Washington State, I think, in general, really are. But they're also not a team that looks for midfield presence, Washington State. They look for just having you pressure down on your very back wall. So, you got to be able to do that really successfully here, Washington State, or you will be on tournament point once more. Would be the second time it happens in a few days, but I don't think you want a repeat of history there.
No, you do not want to repeat history. You already got away with a little bit of a steal with the last series.
Yeah, but I think
His dogs do.
Out. Oh, there he goes. He's back now.
Oh, am I back?
Yeah, you're a bit laggy, but it's okay because Washington State trying to play shot on.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of this pressure. Currently, the shooting totals is tied as Strider does put a shot on net. It doesn't seem like Niente is going to be able to follow it up there. Koro going to get the touch. It is going to bounce off back post, but a miss on the defense. Strider's going to try and just place a shot. Not quite going to reach the back of the net, but nonetheless, this pressure is starting to show up for Washington State.
Yeah, I was about to talk about the boosters, but that's a very good hit there to just relieve any pressure you had. Koro, though, is going to just have a bit of a fanciful way with the ball there. It does so successfully. Strider, infield pass. Oh, what a shot. No, will get saved. Power will not be enough versus placement. Niente, though, there is murder on the field for Washington State. Blood in their eyes as things go away. And a shot will get once it's saved, but 5 shots already. Pretty much the same that they've had in Game 3, and it's been a minute. And right now, this is the Washington State that we know. This is the Washington State that is difficult to play against. But right now, Kansas State, they were able to survive. They have 4 saves. They've gotten away, but they're still on the back half.
Yeah, well, and it's going to be all about breaking out of this back half. If we've learned anything, it's that Washington, they're a little shaky on the defense, and if you can get to their side of the field, that's when you can really start causing chaos. It's something that you've got to be explosive, you got to get those quick counterattacks, you got to start causing problems almost immediately, because when they have pressure, Washington's not going to let go, but when you start getting pressure on them, that's when things can really begin to crumble.
Yeah, but there was the biggest thing about why this is so hard of a thing that you're just mentioning. Alien Techno, he was the one who had the offensive play. He had 0 boost because of how bad it was on his defense. And again, he's those low boosts. He just got stolen there by, I want to say it was Koro, but Jiro's trying to get this ball out. Will not do successfully. Moon has to get a pinch. It will be high, but it's going to be Strider in the sky actually trying to put a shot on the Alien Techno. He barely lives, and that's barely enough to save the shot, but Nienta, it's only time. Washington State, they get the first goal off of minutes of pressure.
Yeah, it seems like there might be a few cracks in this Aqua Dome, as it looks like Kansas State just not able to hold up with all of that pressure on the defense. That clear going straight to the ceiling, bouncing down, and Nienta could read that ball in his sleep. So I have no doubt that that was something Washington sits there and says, listen, this is what we do. This is the kind of pressure we want. We're going to keep doing it, and that's exactly the kind of result that we want to see.
Yeah, well, bad news from Kansas State. It works really well. But right now, Nienta, no boost. Just gets a good 50. Buys time for Strider and Koro to just be relaxed. But I say that Koro is kind of messed up in net, but gets a good touch. Gets a follow-up touch as well. Well get met by Moon, but no boost for Moon. He's trying to live. He gets demoed, gets the boost, though. Koro will not be able to sustain this play himself, but there's going to be a double commit, actually. That's going to make things slightly awkward here as suddenly the counterattack happens. That's an open net, yes. And it can all be traced back to that double commit that just happened.
Yep. Absolutely, an all-in kind of playstyle means that, well, if you have Moon bumping your last man rotating back on the sideline, you're not really going to have anyone in the backfield, and Kansas State, they're going to be able to tie up this game.
Yeah, and Moon, not many points on the scoreboard, 72 in fact, but his off-ball play doesn't get counted, but very much remembered in the eyes of his teammates as Nienta tries to get a heavy touch out. But this one-all game, which is very much felt favored for one team specifically, but right now they're looking shaky again on defense. That's kind of what you said, and it's being proven time and time again.
Yep, as we see a 50 coming through here that will be a little bit awkward in front of this Washington State net, but Nienta carries that ball to the complete other side of the field, and it looks like Kansas State, they're going to have to recollect again, although this time with a little bit more boost, no Washington players stealing and trying to keep them pinned in their own side, but as Nienta sends this off, it looks like they're kind of waiting for that right moment to really start this pressure, sort of sending the ball forward, saying, okay, is this the right time? No, not quite. Is this the right time? No, not quite. And just waiting for that right moment to strike.
Now Nienta's going to stick with this ball. Gets a good 50. Techno will live. Will have minimal boost. Speaking of minimal boost, only Jiro really has boost for this team, but uses a lot of it there. Techno, though, picks up a good bit. So things will be a-okay for them. Strider actually has to get a save, puts into the corner, will be okay. Well, a minute remaining. Kansas State, considering how sketchy it feels like this entire game's been for you, pretty good to only be tied up here, it feels like. But right now, there might be a shot. No, Nienta cannot get the touch, and once again, Kansas State, they're just slipping through. Just barely, though.
Just barely, and I mean, most of their goals, I feel like, past that one game, or last game that was 7-1, most of them have been counterattack opportunities, and that's what you are going to be looking at least as this goes on, because Washington right now, they have the ball. Nienta, he's going to take it, but keep it in this midfield with a little bit of a double commit coming through there. Strider looking to put a shot on net, not quite going to make it. Moon, he's going to get a chance downfield, but maybe a little bit too fast to trying to make that play. Jiro, he's going to side flip there, I think. Koro going to try and put this center. Alien Techno's not able to reach it, and 0 seconds left. Washington is going to tie this series.
Jiro, he side flips, and Koro punishes him so fast. Alien Techno can't reach the infield pass. Nienta puts it on target, and 0 seconds. It's 2-all.
I mean, I feel like if you're Washington, you might have stolen that overtime from Kansas State, just a little bit. But nonetheless, we have a tied series. And that's the only thing that matters. The only thing that matters are the two numbers that you guys see down below here. Whoever gets to that 4 first is the winner of this. And Washington is making sure that it's staying as close as possible.
Yeah, and I mean, I know the scoreline was very close, right? 2-1. And in the end, you would think, just looking at it, oh, it's a pretty close game. It was pretty much all Washington State. I think for probably 4 to 5 minutes, it was just Washington State. They were doing what they wanted to do, and they were doing it. It was just, Kansas State was like, I just don't want you to score there. And it's like, fine, I guess. But it's like, in the end, just Kansas State, they couldn't hold on. It was, but yeah, I mean, 9 shots, considering what it was a bit less. They scored 5. They had 5 of those in the first minute, to be fair. So half your shots in the first minute, and then the remaining half in 4. So it looked a bit better when you put it that way. But in the end, it felt like Washington State, a lot of the pressure wasn't from shots. It was from boost steals. It was from demos. It was just from presence. And again, I think if they have that in this game, it's going to be difficult. But 2-2 in the series, we are playing effectively a best of 3 as we get here onto Utopia Coliseum.
Well, and you can sit here and talk about momentum swings. You can sit here and talk about, which team might have a little bit of an edge going into this. Right now, this is turning into a very back and forth series. If we're going to go off of what we've seen so far, it seems like Kansas State is going to be the one to win this match, but I don't know. Washington, again, showing that they have a play style they're comfortable with and that they know they can work with, and so far they're getting away with it. At least they were last game.
Yeah, Jiro, though, who's trying to get this ball. Strider will actually just beat him. Nienta can't put the shot on target. Then Techno misses. Moon, though, will be the guy next. Will get met by Koro. Koro's going to stick with this. Koro's trying for a double. No, can't get it. Techno's going to be there. Nienta's shot. Very high. Nienta hasn't really been putting his shots on target. I don't know if they're trying to be shots, but either way, if they're on target, I think we'd be seeing a very different, much more one-sided game here for Washington State. So Kansas State, thankful for that. But right now, it's exactly not all sunshines and rainbows as Nienta gets a good touch, but Techno will get an even better one than Strider. Bad touch, actually, will lead to an infield, which gets punished, and can be amounted to, again, just a awkward touch there by Strider that just... Those are just not going to be what you want here in a game like this.
Nope, just some awkward defensive plays that seem to be working their way through this Washington team so far this entire series. When they're on offense, they seem to have all the pressure that they need, but when the defense starts coming around, things get a little testy. But as I was saying, when they're on offense, they know how to find the back of the net.
Yeah, redemption there from Strider. Good 50 by Nienta. Strider plays close, knows his teammate, places it well. And the quickest response we've had all game to a goal already. And with a minute to go, it's still all tied up. And it's just
all tied up.
Although... Oh, there's our. I was gonna mention how there hasn't been any kickoff goals this series. I'll scratch that talking point because Washington State, they've done it.
They've done it, and it seems like Washington, whenever Kansas State scores, they figure out some kind of cheeky way to get it back, and in this case, it comes in the form of a kickoff goal. Maybe not as bad as scoring as 0 seconds are coming off on the clock, but nonetheless, it's getting them back in the game. And this Kansas State team, they've got to figure stuff out, because as much as you've been taking games against them, those defensive misses are making sure that this Washington pressure stays on, and you can't be letting them do that.
Yeah, Nienta going to try to go for a sidewall. He gets the touch. He actually gets the follow-up. We'll get met by Koro. Moon has to get the save. It wasn't counted as a shot, but it very much was a threat by Koro there. Jiro's going to be meeting this Moon pass over. Won't be on target. Will get saved, actually. Thought that wasn't on target for some reason, but Koro will actually have to cancel his attempt. Jiro's going to be up. Gets 50, though. Will be very close, but again, a boost here from Jiro, and suddenly the boost totals are the big issue here if you are the Washington State team. Only Nienta has boost, but a clear like that will be okay. Nienta is going to be the one with the ball. Gets past once. Going to try to stay. Gets a 50. Who's next? It's going to be Techno with low boost, but his teammate's there. Koro's just chilling on the backline. Is able to pick up a full set, but Jiro's going to be there. Gets a touch. And next, it's just going to be Nienta. And again, it just feels like right now Kansas State doesn't have the same presence that they did in that Game 3, where when someone shoots, there's a person in the midfield line waiting for that response from Washington State. They don't have that here. It's just they're rotating back. They're playing a bit passive. It's like they're playing a bit scared of what Washington State can do. And which, when you're playing scared, that's when you let Washington State do what they want to do.
Yeah, I believe you mentioned this, I think it was Game 3, that Kansas State, apologies, I'm still stuck in the past. My goodness. Kansas State have some good pressure in the
okay, Nelson did.
midfield, and that helps them develop plays, that helps them stay involved, as Alien Techno, he's the one who turns around and just gets this dunk.
Yeah, it was very close to Nienta had no boost. I don't know how he actually made that slow down as much as he did, but 2 minutes remaining. Kansas State. We have criticisms of you, but you are still in this game. Jiro, though, don't have criticisms of you right now, as he's trying to do something. Gets beat out, though, by Koro, who's been spectacular since, I'd say, Game 5 yesterday on Tuesday. Monday? Since they went down 3-1, this guy has not stopped. He has not had a bad game. But right now, Nienta is going to try to do it himself. He gets a fake out on one, tries to Doomsy. Jiro can't do so successfully. Strider gets a good hit, but will get met by Moon. And suddenly a heavy clear means plenty of time for Kansas State.
Plenty of time for Kansas State. And I was going to say Washington seemed to sort of start getting back on their feet, but Kansas State, at least this time, they're the ones that are holding up the pressure. And right now, it seems like, although Koro spawning on the same side, a little bit of luck helping Washington State out there, it seems like this game might be slowly turning back into the back and forth this series at least has shown it to be.
Feels like there's moments one team has got something, then there's moments another thing. It's just a recreation of the series in 5 minutes of gameplay, but right now it's a minute left. It's Kansas State's turn. Techno into the corner. Will get met by Strider, actually. No boost. There's a person gone. Strider might be able to do something. He just has to put it to the center. Will be no one there. Koro finally gets there in time. Jiro, though, will cut it off. Nienta, no boost. Just trying to 50 well. Does so extremely well. High shot will get met by Moon. Noon, shot on target? No. It's going to be there by Koro. Just into the corner. 30 seconds remaining, but the boost totals are looking very bad here for the entirety of Washington State. Koro, though, as I say that, picks something up. Moon gets a beat. Strider gets a heavy touch out. Is that going to be on target? It will. Techno, though, will be able to save it. Strider shot now. It's going to be on. No. Gets saved by Jiro. And suddenly, final 10 seconds are up. It's going to be Washington State's turn to try to make something happen. It's going to be Nienta putting it high. Who's next? It's going to be, looks like Strider gets beat out by Techno. It's 1 second remains. This ball, it's not dead. And suddenly, there's worries if you're Washington, Kansas State, but we're into overtime.
We are into overtime. This time, Washington State not stealing the game in regulation, but at least they seem like they're still kicking just as much as they did in that last game. So we'll have to see if they can take it in overtime, the first overtime of the series, if I'm correct. We'll see if any pressure, any sort of worries might start kicking in as Nienta putting a shot on net there. Koro turning on it, but it does bounce up. And Jiro, he has the ball. He's mustying. Not the best clear in the world. Alien Techno not quite able to put a shot on net. That is going to be off backboard. Nienta catching up to it. Moon, he's going to rip a shot on net. Is anyone there? No! And it looks like Kansas State, yet again, are going to go up in the series.
Yeah, Jiro, well played by him. Moon just gets a good one. Gets the flip. He controls that so well. And Strider, he doesn't know what to do. No boost. And match point for Kansas State. And suddenly, Washington State. This is the, how many times have they been here? This is the third time where they're one game away from being eliminated from playoffs.
Yeah.
Right? The Michigan game, the Iowa State game, and now this game. Well,
yep.
You got to win 2 in a row. So, somehow the easiest turn you've had. Could be worse.
Yeah. I mean, if there's any team that's used to it and any team that can do it, it's going to be Washington State because that's kind of what we've come to expect of them. But nonetheless, another close game, all things considered. And it looks like both of these teams are really starting to learn each other, I think is a good way to sort of explain what's happening. It seems like Kansas State, they're getting a little bit more comfortable pushing up just enough to not call for any strong counterattacks and not fall to some of the pressure that Washington State seems to be giving them. And then Washington State, they're getting their moments of good offensive pressure and they're following through with it pretty strongly. So both of these teams, they seem to be where we want them to be to make a really good game. And I think that's what we're getting.
Yeah, but as we go into Neo Tokyo, I think it's a map that we've been all too familiar with during this playoffs. But kickoff is about to go underway here, and well, it's been anyone's game. And as we go off kickoff, let's see, does Washington State take us to Champions Field.
We will have to see, indeed. Neo Tokyo, a lot of dreams have been broken here. We're going to have to see as Koro is able to put a shot on net if he can keep Washington State dreams alive. Moon going for the flip reset there, but not quite going to come through. Kansas State, they're going to have to deal with some of this pressure. And Jiro able to get the touch there. Is that going to be on? Not quite. But nonetheless, Kansas State, they're the ones with the pressure here.
Yeah, right now, though, it's going to be very sketchy. Strider can't recover well enough, but will meet Jiro's ball. Niantic, though, heavy touch. Koro, double commit. It's been double commits. That's been the issue here for Washington State, but Techno will slow it down. Will give everyone time to recover. Koro gets a good touch. Jiro will be the first to it. Who's going to be next? It's going to be Strider, meaning Techno. It's going to be very lateral. Jiro gets a no boost, no problem touch, but it's going to be Niantic. Puts it vertical, but can't do much with it. Just puts it back to the corner. Koro's turn. Just fakes it out. Moon can't do much. Techno gets an awkward touch. Strider shot, no. It's gonna be a heavy clear out by Jiro. He's gonna get a shot touched by Techno. What a save by Nienta, and this ball's still not in. Moon, waterfall down. Who's next? It's gonna be Koro. He's gonna put this ball to the side. What a save! How is that not a goal?
An absolute stretch of a save, I think, is a pretty apt way to say it. Although Alien Techno, he is going to be able to get this double. Is that going to be an open up? Yes. I think he got a little bit of an assistance there from Nienta, getting the bump up to follow up with the double. A great pass, all things considered.
I mean, but that's not what you'd like to see if you're a Washington State fan. Suddenly, the possibility of being eliminated is very real, as Nienta, good kickoff, though, is going to try to deny it, puts it center, will get met by Moon, and I feel like right now, the all-in play style from Washington State has not been present. It's kind of odd. It comes and goes in waves, and right now, you need a spurt of it. Strider doesn't get the touch. Nienta, though, let's just call it a fake. Let's just call it a fake.
It very much so looked like a fake. That's all I'm going to say. Nienta able to put it just past Alien Techno on the near side, diving towards the middle of the net, expecting it to be in a little bit more of the middle open side, but well placed there, and we're back to a tied game. The games that we've been seeing within these last few games in the series, I wasn't 100% confident in the choice of playing slow there, but nonetheless, we're still 1-1.
Now Nienta, big clear on that ball. And now it's just going to be a bit of time to chill out. Koro is able to get a touch, but Moon will be the first one to it. Strider, very lateral. Met by Koro? No, he gets a sidewall, actually. Of course it's Strider. Yeah, that's who I expected. Into the corners. Techno gets met up by Nienta. There's going to be demos across everyone, though. It's going to be a temporary 2v2. Koro, shot? No. It's going to be saved. Moon, no boost, no issues, as Strider will be collecting this ball. And as we go, will be collected. It's going to be fine, but again, Washington State playing defense.
Washington State playing defense, getting a huge pinch to clear it out here, although Alien Techno making sure that any sort of returned offense from Washington State can't really go through. Now has possession of the ball, gets it past 150s the other. Michael for a bump here. Jiro, he just had to put that on net. I don't know if a Washington defender might have been able to catch up to it, but I think this time around, no! Strider with a beautiful save. I'm very much so surprised we're still 1-1. Who does it again?
Yeah, that's a big one too. That can't be anything that he can deal with. Techno though, he's gonna try to play a shot. Reset. It's gonna be up. It's gonna be high. Who's next? Strider. Of course, it's Strider. Nienta gets the follow up, and it is grasping at straws for this team. But somehow they've got the right one every single time. And right now, Koro gets a clear. Techno is gonna slow this game down, and that's what you need if you're Washington State, and they've gotten away with it.
You've gotten away with it, and Strider within those how many seconds, all of like 20 seconds or so, just got his own savior medal. So that man is putting in all the work to make sure this Washington team is staying alive as they are on the offensive front. Nienta gonna put it backboard, but Jiro waiting there, ready for that touch. Maybe trying to play it off the sidewall here. Not quite what he wanted. A save coming out from Alien Techno, and Washington will continue the pressure.
Yeah, Jiro though gets a good touch. We'll get it out. It's gonna be met by Strider. Heavy touch. It's gonna be pinched. Wait, okay. Yeah, sure. Moon touched it. I thought Strider was about to just score that. Nienta though, he's gonna try to score. Nienta! 4 down. Washington State, how are you up in the series?
I mean, put it into the corner, pop it up, and Nianta's going to be there in some way, somehow, and he is putting it on net just high enough that that last defender with little boost just after getting bumped, not able to catch up to it, although it looks like a kickoff goal, but in this case, it's going to be Kansas State's.
Well, yeah, Nienta, you just cheated so close. He didn't jump. If he jumps, it's okay, but it's 2-0. It's less than a minute. It's chaos. They have 12 shots, Kansas State. That is a Washington State scoreline, but it's for the other team. But 45 seconds left. It's still possible here. Washington State is the one on attack. Nienta, shot, no. It's going to be not on target. Moon's going to try to clear his ball out. Strider gets a good 50. He's going to try to stick around. Techno, though, will deny it. Koro, he's up. Koro's been kind of silent, but he's been amping it up. But there's going to be a shot from Nienta. Gets saved. Strider's next. He gets a 50. It's going to be lateral. Techno puts it back into the corner. Will get met by Strider, though. But a good flick. It's going to be Nienta's next. Bump? No, it's going to be just a save by Moon. 20 seconds remaining. And it's been all Washington State here on offense, even if the goals have been even.
The goals have been even, but truthfully, if you're Kansas State, you can't feel comfortable. You're happy right now, even with...
Oh, he's lagging again. Oh, well. But a pinch? No, it's...
It's gonna go down. Am I back? I hope
you're
I'm here
good,
for
you're good.
overtime. Is this ball?
Your ISP loves you, but it's overtime.
right now
Of
it
course
does.
it is.
I'm here for
It's
overtime at least. I'm here for overtime. And Alien Techno, he's gonna send this to the backboard. Strider, he's gonna be there. Get a little bit of a soft touch out to the side. Koro having to backflip to catch up to that. Strider with a miss, and it looks like Moon! A defensive error
Washington
from
State.
Washington State is gonna... Oh no.
That's a heartbreaker. 4-2, Kansas State. And the run is over, but Kansas State will be going for their own run. And I mean a game. A game from
That was a
Washington
game.
State, and we might have lost them, but I mean, what's Washington State eliminated from tournament, 4th place. But congratulations if you're Kansas State. You're officially a top 3 team. And we say our goodbyes to a fellow team in Washington State. And yeah, I mean, it's just it came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, defensive errors, that's one thing we've been alluding to the entire series, that they're going to pick at this Washington State team, and they're going to make it so that if Kansas is able to work their way through a lot of their pressure, it's going to be through that. But we do have an interview. We're probably only going to ask like 1 or 2 questions. We do have Delayed Moon coming in to say hello.
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 How you doing, man? You just won that game. And
Doing great. Though we still got a way to go.
got a way to
That
go,
is
but
for sure.
I mean, 1 of 3 though, right? Or 1 of 4, however you want to look at it,
Mm-hmm.
of the games that you need for today. I think let's start asking about it here right away. Obviously, you guys, it was a very back and forth series, right? Those first 4 games, it's just you guys trading blows back and forth. I think, what's the biggest difficulty you saw in that Washington State team as you were playing them?
I think our inability to keep pressure sometimes was kind of killing us. We were stuck on our back foot a whole bunch during those games we lost, and they just really held good pressure against us, and we were just trying to figure out a way to break out and get our own pressure going.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that this series did a pretty decent job of showing that. Obviously, Washington State, one of those teams that does just that. They sit there, they get on offense, and then they just keep hounding the net over and over again, known for some absolutely crazy shot totals. But you guys survived the onslaught at times and were able to get it through. I will say we're going to have to do a little bit of a shorter interview here as we have another game going, but I think I'm just going to go ahead and ask, who would you be most excited for looking at this next match in the uppers to play against coming in for your next match?
I want to play CSUF in the grand finals. I think that would be an epic series. Obviously, they've proven themselves to probably be the best team in this league, but I think we have a really good shot against them.
I think you've made believers of us over here, but I think we're not going to carry you here for much longer. I think it's time for you to go. Just so join up with the gang. It's going to be a long day ahead of you. But again, congratulations on the victory here, and we'll see you in the lower finals.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, have a good
Thank
one.
you.
You too.
Well, one game done. I think soon enough we're going to have the upper finals, but I think we're going to be on a small break here for a second. Let everything cool down for everything to get adjusted as needs be. But I think it's only going to be a few minutes. I think we'll see everyone soon. Well, good back, everyone. It's been a few minutes, and we've gotten ourselves a bit prepared over here. But CSUF Nebraska, the upper finals game of the bracket. And I think it's going to be soon enough. CSUF, number one team in the South. Nebraska, number one team in the North. But the number one team in the North is something I think. Do you want to talk about that a bit? Like how harsh of a fight that was in general?
That was back and forth because Nebraska only really came about being number one pretty late in the season, if not actually at the
I
end
think it
of
was
this.
the final week.
Yeah, it was week 10 that they won their last match against Penn State and kind of snuck in to get that number one seed. So a lot of these upper northern teams were a force to be reckoned with. And hey, I think it's proven to be so because we've seen all of them in this top 4, top 5 area. And I mean, they're proven to do just that. In this case, I think we finally might be tackling one question that we've been sort of asking ourselves throughout all of this. We have the number 1 from the Northern Conference and the number 1 from the Southern Conference. Who's going to come out on top?
Yeah, who's going to come out top? But I think we both have some preds here. I think let's talk about that. Who do we both think is going to win this? Because my answer is pretty simple. It's CSUF. Any doubts I had about them got shattered yesterday. That beatdown on Clemson, genuinely, I mean, it was possibly the most impressive result I think I've seen from a team. And I think it's simple. Give me CSUF.
Yeah, I 100% agree with this. I think that CSUF is going to take it. I feel like it's obviously going to be a pretty long series. All things considered, this is not going to be a CSUF sweep that we've seen. Because, sorry, Scoob, I definitely have Nebraska over Clemson. I know that Parthenos is pretty happy with that. But Nebraska's not going to go down without a fight, but CSUF, at least so far, I feel like has done a lot to show that when teams they go up against that they know they can beat, they're going to beat them. And right now, yes, they haven't really played Nebraska that much, but they have a lot of confidence. They have a lot of momentum swinging up in this uppers. Nebraska has had a little bit of a rockier road to get there as compared to CSUF, I think by probably just one series or something like that. But nonetheless, CSUF, a lot of momentum going into this.
Yeah, 100%. And I think in general, there's going to be a lot of big things. I mean, is this the premier Northeast-South matchup? I think, because it's so weird. Who's the premier North team is the question, right? I think the best North team at the moment is Nebraska. I don't think that's a crazy thought. But, like, I mean, they destroyed Washington State, simply put. Who else did they beat? They beat an Iowa State, obviously, with a sub. So you can put an asterisk if you really wanna. But obviously they've done so. Property is like, so it's weird. Because I think I would put them as the number 1 team in the North. Obviously they've taken it, ranks-wise. But it's a bit more messy there. CSUF, though, it's a pretty clean. Who is the best team there?
Yeah, it was a pretty clean sweep the entire way. The only team in the entire league to go completely undefeated throughout the entirety of conference, and I should say non-conference play throughout the entire league, and, well, also through all the playoffs, because they haven't lost a series yet. So, you know, you can sit there and look at records as much as you want and say, oh, it seems like CSUF might have the upper hand, but I do know that this Nebraska team, they've been doing pretty good ever since they had that mid-season roster switch up. So we are in for a heater, that is for sure.
Yeah, I think a heater is a good way to put it. I think at the moment we are waiting on CSUF to join the lobby. As the moment I speak it, they start joining the lobby. I speak things into existence.
Yes, you do.
You know?
Yes, you do. Good old
And
caster cursing.
Good old cat. I mean, it's reversed for us. I think, right? This is perfect.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we're about to start the moment whenever they are ready. And from the sounds of it, everyone's given the go, and people are joining the things. And the second game of the day, CSUF versus Nebraska. One of these teams we will be seeing. We'll be seeing both of these teams later today. One of these teams we'll be seeing in the grand finals as kickoff goes underway. CSUF on the blue side, Nebraska on the orange, and instantaneously, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Nebraska as they got the offense going. Zimic, this is the new guy that they've added later in the season, but they've worked things out. He's trying to put a shot on Jarda, though. This guy was on an absolute heater on Monday, and let's see if he continues that into today.
See if he continues that. I feel like it's so crazy to say that. I mean, this game is going to determine who plays in the grand finals, in the end of the tournament. We are already there, but we have to get through 2 pretty high-powered teams here, as it looks like CSUF, they're going to start trying to get their own momentum, forcing Nebraska into their own corner. Electro, he's going to have to get a 50 through Jarda. kind of gets it through. Not really the strongest thing in the world, but Electro getting the bump, making sure Vats can't do anything with that. We did see some good plays from him the other day. Don't want to let that man just be behind the ball for free, and it looks like that Nebraska's doing just that.
Yeah, right now, though, K-Fish gets a good sidewall double, and already it's a team where it feels like both these teams, they know what they want to do with this ball. They have intention with every touch. But right now, as I say that, Zimic just got the team bump on Electro. Vats is just chilling out. K-Fish gets a good heavy touch up high. Nebula gets a good read on that, actually. But Zimic gets to it, but again, Nebula is going to be the guy on it. And Electro, though, will stick around. And his offense is starting to favor over the Nebraska team, but the actual shot placement has not really been an issue. And there's been a big 50 out to the other end. And right now, it's CSUF who's just got control of this ball, even if the actual spacing doesn't feel perfect.
A little bit of a double commit, but in that case, it's going to help them out as a massive pinch goes to Nebraska's side, but then a big clear comes straight back at them. So CSUF, they're going to have to recollect here. That shot is going to be pretty high. Vats taking the 50 on the sidewall, but Nebula practically right in the middle of its path towards the center of the field and getting a beautiful dunk here. It's going to keep Nebraska on their side, but it seems like they're recollecting and organizing themselves. Jarda getting in the way of that, making sure that both of those players didn't have a chance to do anything. A little bit of a soft touch center will at least maintain pressure, but it looks like a quick turnaround is going to happen from Nebraska here as, well, I think that's a shot on net and Nebula jumping in the way.
Yeah, and I think that soft touch you were talking about earlier, I think that's supposed to be an infield Jarda, but he was rotating out, didn't like what he was seeing, which works out fair enough. But right now, Nebula beats two. It's going to be an open net. Yes, it will be. Third man's not there in time. That opens up the scoring for CSUF.
Yeah, I think Zimic in that case, their last man, either that or last man was just a little far to the side. That 50 or attempt at a 50 didn't really go through the way that he wanted. And CSUF, they're going to start off with the scoring here, and they're going to start harassing Zimic to make sure that he can't start developing anything.
Yeah, right now, though, it's looking like Nebraska, they need to get something here, because as much as we're talking about stuff, it just feels like that CSUF have a much better presentation on the offense, but the moment I say that, it's a good play there by K-Fish and Electro. K-Fish fakes the second touch, and Nebula is actually really respecting it. And they get punished for respecting it as Electro is able to put the shot on target, and the response comes out with 2 minutes left to go. It's 1-all.
Truthfully, it's really important to point out that that is the only spot that ball could have been in that net. That top right corner, Nebula just a little bit behind in trying to reach it because whoever the other defender was low and ready to catch anything underneath. So I think in that case, that's as good of a shot as you can get. And if you're CSUF, you kind of got to sit there and just say, you know what, you got that shot. It's still just a tied series. Both of these teams doing everything that they need to, but Nebula able to push that ball out, and Vats, he's going to take possess, get it under one, but a little bit of confusion there will still result in them having possession as Nebula going to get one touch, maybe get a 50 here, not quite. Vats getting a massive 50 there. A lot of solid plays coming through here from CSUF. It's keeping them in this game.
Yeah, but there's a big steal from K-Fish, actually a boost, but that big 50 is going to get met by Zimic, but he's just playing time for his teammates. Jarda, though, gets a touch. He gets met up by Nebula. Zimic, though, one-on-one with Vats. Can he get the 50 that he wants? No, Vats plays that exceptionally. He's able to do his job. Electro gets a bit of a touch, but will get met by Nebula. 50 with K-Fish. Center? No. Gets met by Jarda, though, low on the ground with 1 minute remaining. And right now, it's anyone's game, but Jarda's going to try to take this all the way himself for CSUF, but Electro will deny it. Vats turn gets beat out by Electro very well, but actually beats out his teammate at the same time. It doesn't matter because this guy is just going the entire way.
I will say it might kind of matter because it seems like this might stall out a bit unless we're going to see a quick collection here from Electro. No, it's going to be sent high. Vats going to throw it down towards the center of the field, maybe make that awkward enough. A little bit of a bump attempt or maybe redirect there, but we're into these last 10 seconds, and it seems like at least both of these teams pretty comfortable on the defense, past a few exceptions, and right now this overtime is going to be the first team to figure out how to crack the other one.
Yeah, 3 shots from CSUF versus the 5 from Nebraska. It's not exactly the highest shooting game in the world, but Nebraska does have that on them. But it feels like, John, when CSUF takes a shot, it is a proper, like, very intentional hard hitter. But right now, as I'm speaking of hard hitters, K-Fish, it's off target. That was a good chance. Should have been game 1 done and dusted there, but Nebula will get this ball out. They have gotten away with one there as suddenly Zimic has to play defense. Vats is going to put this high. Who's going to be first? It's going to be K-Fish, who misses, though. And Electro's freaking out. He does not boost. Zimic, thankfully, will make it there in time, but K-Fish can't be doing that now. Thankfully, he makes the save. His teammates there, stops out Vats. But, man, was it sketchy.
That was, I think, as sketchy as it gets, as right now, I think a little bit more sketch is going to come through, although K-Fish getting a beautiful demo on Jarda that is going to make sure that this CSU offense can't develop anything else, although with a 0 boost VATS, it's going to take some time for them to really start developing anything, and with some awkward 50s in front of their net, and with this ball bouncing off of the ceiling in the midfield, we might have to get back to a little bit of this back and forth to see which team can start developing something.
Yeah, a bit of a sidewall attempt there by Vats. He's having a bit of fun and whimsy with it. Jarda, though, is going to just put a shot on Zimic. Gets the save. It's going to be high. Vats is able to reach it. Gets actually the reset. He sticks around. Can he get another reset? Yes, he can. Doesn't do much other than beat Electro. This is going to be now Jarda's turn. Jarda gets in there, dribble past one, but K-Fish will just clear that well. Nebula's turn. He's going to try to take a 50, gets it, but it's going to be Zimic that's going to beat me the first. Beats out Jarda, Vats, no boost, has to go for the in and out. Electro, no, gets 50 by Nebula, and a minute 40 of overtime, and suddenly it feels like neither of these teams have probably found a way to break through the other.
No, I don't think they have, and I feel like we might be in for a
long
decent
haul.
overtime, if not for a very long series, as both of these teams seem to be matching each other pace for pace. Obviously, you have some moments of, oh, there's a chance here, oh, there's a chance there, but each of them taking their shots, taking their stabs, the other one defending and figuring out how to beat out. But a little bit of a shot here, maybe trying to look for that back post. Jarda gonna put it on net, top right! And it looks like CSUF, they're gonna take the first game.
Yeah, and I mean, what placement by Jarda. And just top right, barely gets it by K-Fish. If he goes any lower, Zimic's gonna be the one there, and game 1 goes to CSUF. Hey, we are back. Are we back? Back?
Are
Like
we
stream back?
We're so back? We're so
Are we
back?
so back?
Are we
I
so
think we are
back?
so back.
We might be so back.
Oh, we are so back.
We are
All
so
right.
back.
Hi. Can I hear my voice? I guess that's question number 1.
Can I hear my voice?
Yeah, I gotta double check that's a modder.
Oh,
but-
from the stream.
Yeah, I
I'm
can.
just like,
Okay.
you can
Yeah.
hear your own
Hello,
voice.
everyone. We are back. The stream has crashed. The stream is so back. We are back.
So back. We are so back. A little bit of a hiccup there. Some of the players asking to play tic-tac-toe, although unfortunately we do have a game to play, so we might have to see that maybe after the game, or maybe they can play it if they see each other again in the finals, because one of these teams are definitely going to be making it there as we get right back into this play. CSUF, they're going to be on the back end. Electro putting a shot on net, not quite going to be
Oh,
there, and I
no,
think he
he
just
missed his
played it past
teammate.
his teammate. Unfortunate touch there, which allows CSUF some room to breathe, and we'll see if they can start to develop something from it.
Yeah, right now, that's gonna be Jarda with the ball. No, it's not a good touch, actually. He just absolutely just... What happened there for the entirety of CSU? It felt like Nebula might have had a chance for a goal. No, he's reversing. Yeah, it's just too scuffed. Unfortunately, I think Jarda just didn't get the touch he wanted, and it's punished there. And very quick, K-Fish gets the goal. But 30 seconds only into the game, CSUF very much could score. But if the games are going to stay so low scoring, I mean, every goal matters here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, these are two very powerful teams as Jarda gets the flip.
Oh,
He gets the
Jarda!
dunk! I wish I would have started saying something sooner because he got that off the ceiling and then threw another
you
player
Oh.
and the game was tied.
Well, yeah, K-Fish, I don't think you're gonna play tic-tac-toe with this guy. I'm gonna be real. It might make your day a bit worse. But right now, I mean, Jarda messed up the touch and decided, well, I just want to make things even. Decides to go absolutely nuclear on them there. But Nebraska, they're not gonna give up quite just yet. That's, though, it's gonna be collecting this ball. It's gonna take it. Gets a 50. Not 50, a reset. A flip. A flippy. But right now, we're gonna see as he gets the reset. Goes up. But no, gets met out.
this case, CSUF. Now they're on the defense, but I mean, both of these teams, they keep trading these positions of going on defense. It doesn't seem like one really has too strong of a foothold, although after that play, there might be a little bit of a confidence boost rushing through CSUF right now, even with some pressure as Jarda, he's up again. Will he get another reset? He does. That is on net, but Electro jumping in last second to make that save, but there's going to be no room to breathe as Vats, he's going to take it off the sidewall, maybe get a reset of his own. Two Nebraska players are there to defend that shot, but this ball, it's still going to stay on the orange side, and Kfish, he doesn't have any boost. He's going to have to flick it up. And with a demo from Nebula, this might be a good chance for Jarda to put it backboard. It is going to fall down, but Electro, again, on defense, solid enough to make sure that that is staying out.
Yeah, right now, though, it's going to be now a ball, but gets denied there. Zimik's going to try to put center. Over to Electro. Shot over. No, it's going to be bet by a teammate. No, Kfish can't get it. It's going to be now another centering shot by Electro. Zimik gets cut off by a CSUF player. But Jarda's going to be there. Jarda, can you continue this fight? It's going to be a minute here for CSUF as they try to put a shot on. Gets saved, though. The follow-up's not there. And Nebraska, they get a quick clear out. Is that going to be in? Yes, it is. Kfish scores.
An absolute turnaround here. Electro finding his teammate completely on the other side of the pitch. And Kfish in this case just saying, hey, I need to put it on net. And it doesn't look like they have a defender back there. In this case, it works. And now they're up by 1 in this game 2. Nebula putting this center. Jarda, he's going to be able to follow it up. Nebula again behind the ball, and it looks like Jarda, maybe he's going to get an opportunity of his own. A little bit of an awkward touch there, but that's immediately following it up. It didn't seem like Nebraska had a defender that could match the pace of that ball in time, as Electro had nothing, and someone was in the corner just trying to collect to try and keep their involvement alive. Not quite what you want to see from this Nebraska defense, but at least it's still just a tied game, as Vats will try and go for something of his own, but get cleared out immediately.
Yeah, trying to fix things over in production end, but right now a shot is saved here as right now we're going to see Vats trying to get to this. Kfish gets the beat out, though. Thankfully, it's going to be now turn for Electro. Shot not going to be on. It's going to be completely okay here. Miss, though, is going to make this very awkward. Kfish, as a teammate, won't be an issue with Vats. This guy's going to try to do it all himself, but won't be on target. It's going to be a miss, though, from Nebula, and suddenly Kfish, a play that wasn't supposed to be lasting this long, is going to be okay. But Nebraska, still in this game, pretty okay, but it feels like when CSUF is on the attack, it just feels a slight bit more worrying, a slight bit more threatening every single shot. But right now, it's going to be Nebraska trying to get this ball out and start their own attack.
A little bit of pop there, although Vats going to get bumped. Nebula is going to try and rush to that. Doesn't quite make contact as that does fly across the field. Zimik, a little maybe low for boost for his liking, is going to get it out to Kfish. And he's going to be sent back of
no!
Something just happened there. I had a little bit of a stutter there, sort of experiencing what that was. But nonetheless, CSUF, Vats able to get it over 1, and we'll see if Nebula can maybe get in front of this. No, Zimik, he's going to take it himself. That's past 1,
Zimik.
And it's off the backboard, but nonetheless, still a teammate there to clean it up.
Yeah, I mean, what a play there by Zimik. Just a nice air dribble. Just, it's glued to the front of his Fennec, and Electro is just able to clean it right up, and it's another lead for Nebraska. Can they hold on to this one? Here, as we hear in the final minute, Nebula gets a touch. It's going to be technically on, but no issues for Electro. Gets a good controlling touch, but it's going to be a miss out from, I believe it was also Nebula. Jarda gets a hit, but Zimik out to Kfish. Won't get collected. Vats puts it into the corner. Right now, 30 seconds remain. If you're CSUF, you got to make a shot happen. You got to make an opportunity happen right now. And Jarda, man, you want to make an opportunity happen. It's going to be a bit too high. Vats isn't going to be there nearly in time. Kfish now is going to take his own control shots. That's a jump there by Zimik. It's going to be a shot on target, but gets saved. Now Vats, his turn. 10 seconds remaining. One last opportunity here. If you're CSUF, gets the reset. Vats, Jarda, no, it's an all-in play. It's still up. Zimik gets the ball out. It's still going to be CSUF's, but a good touch there by Zimik. It's just going to be a shot that has to get saved by Vats. And with that, the ball's not dead. But I say that and it's
okay.
Jesus Christ, it's Caster Curse. God.
I am surprised that that ball found the little ramp up on the side of the wall, but in this case, Nebraska, they had a little bit of a lead throughout this entire match, always being on the positive end of the team that would score until the other team tied it up. In this case, CSUF not able to find the goal fast enough to tie that game back up and maybe push it into overtime, but nonetheless, good showing from Nebraska here, able to handle a lot of the pressure that it seems like CSUF are still maintaining, but maybe a little bit less at the pace we saw last game.
Yeah, and I think Nebraska in general, this was a much better showing from them. I think, honestly, it didn't feel like they changed up too much. I think the Nebraska in game one was a decent team. There's a team that could have beat CSUF, which I think in this game, CSUF made more mistakes. I think that Jarda, obviously, the first goal was just him making a bit of a fumble on the ball, and then in the end, it's just, yeah, they cost him. Obviously, he made the redemption with the absolutely gorgeous ceiling double flip reset. But yeah, it's just mistakes like that will cost both of these teams. And we saw it in this game. But as we go into Forbidden Temple, Game 3, which team's going to take the lead of the series? I mean, it's anyone's game.
It really is anyone's game, and I think you put it in an absolutely amazing way. This is going to be a game of mistakes. As we saw with that first game, K-Fish not able to capitalize on an opportunity, and CSUF taking advantage of it, stealing it in overtime. In this case, CSUF being a little bit more shaky and losing out on game 2. So we're going to have to see, as there is a double commit there, but Jarda going to be able to push it off to the side. Not quite able to get that that demo though. But nonetheless, the ball will be sent over to the Nebraska side, and they will collect and start their own attack.
Yeah, those Nebula's going to try to put this down. Won't do successfully. Electro will be the guy on it. Gets a heavy touch out. It's going to be Vats off the ceiling. Okay, then. It gets 50, though, on K-Fish. Will be nice for the team. Jarda will be the next guy up. Tries to put it across. Electro will cut that off heavily, and suddenly, the CSUF's progress of getting this ball out is completely unwritten. Vats now tries to get his own. There's a good bump. It's going to actually make that attempt to the back wall, but again, Nebraska's last man has been very effective at making sure that the shot that comes through is not going to be a threatening one. Zimic, though, he's going to just try to make a shot happen in general. Gets the reset, won't be on target. Vats will clean it up nicely. K-Fish, no boost. Can't do anything, and a good 50 there by Electra, though. Will just stall this ball out and make sure your counterattack cannot happen for CSUF.
It's going to bounce a few times in this midfield, and Vats able to get it past Zimic in this case, and it seems like CSUF, they're trying to start up some kind of pressure, but Nebraska really holding strong on a lot of these 50s, although a double commit there, not going to be what they want to see, as Electro able to take advantage.
Yeah, good play there by K-Fish. He has a good 50, and Electro is just so close. Jarda in and out is on the wrong side of the net, and CSUF, for the first time, possibly in the entire league, they might be feeling like they're getting outplayed. And I don't know if they've ever felt that feeling before.
I don't think they have. And truthfully, I feel like that is a serious testament to how they have played throughout the entire season, but it is an unfamiliar feeling, at least for this league for them, as they're going to have to defend this shot. A little bit more pressure coming through from Nebraska. Nebula going to control it in this corner. Does he get another touch? No. Zimic there for the 50. And truthfully, right now, I feel like Nebraska's not giving them any room to breathe, and it's really working out for them.
No, definitely not. It feels like Jarda, he had one hero play of, okay, that was not a goal. I'm just going to question things. What is that touch? Zimic is just gets a little bit of a hit, but right now this ball is all the way on the side. But as you were saying, yeah, less room to breathe. CSUF, I don't think, is ready. They're so used to outpacing the team that they play. There's a fake there, actually, by Vats, as we're speaking of. And right now, it's going to be Jarda up. But yeah, like we were saying, the paces of the play is usually CSUF can outpace any team. Nebraska is the first team that can match them, and they can't do anything about it.
And it seems like they're at least going to maintain that for now. A little low on boost, all of Nebraska, but nonetheless, able to survive that, as Jarda going to try and maybe scoop that ball up just a little bit to get it past the last defender. A little bit of confusion on this Nebraska defense. Vats going for the reset, does get it past one, but someone on defense, K-Fish, coming down from the wall, getting a pinch to sky that center. Too awkward for the CSUF team to really possess, and we might be getting a little bit of a chase here. And that's going to be what they need to score their second goal of the game.
Yeah, it just feels like Nebraska, the pieces have clicked. Game 1 was a fluke. They missed the open net that they should have scored. Game 2 and 3, though, they've come back and they've realized, oh, we're so much better than these guys. And right now, do they have an argument against them? Because with the third goal there, suddenly, CSUF, their throne is being snatched.
The throne is being snatched. Granted, they did only hold it in the South, and we don't really have any other Southern teams representing in this last bit of playoffs. So, nonetheless, the best team in the South, but they're not really showing up to be the best team in the league, as it looks like Zimic, he's going to maybe try and get another touch to throw that upfield, almost getting hit by that pass from his teammate, but Fats, absolutely massive dunk there. There is still a minute 30 left, but with how this match has gone so far, it's not really looking like there's going to be the potential for that kind of comeback.
Yeah, right now, though, it's going to be Zimic just chilling out with the ball. And it's really been a slowed-down game here from Nebraska. I know we were talking about pace supply. It's just been... I mean, it's been faster than other games have been, but it just feels like both teams are not, like, absolutely sending it, right? It feels like both teams have a bit of time that they can work with, and even when they don't have time, they can find a teammate there. You can see K-Fish doesn't feel like he needs to, like, try to be speeding to everything. He doesn't need to be supersonic at every possible moment. Jarda, though, however, does not feel the same at all, but with a minute remaining and 3 goals down, I don't think you have a choice in the matter. Electra, though, will be the guy with control, and as time slowly ticks away further and further, it's starting to look like CSUF will not have a lead in the series. And for the first time in this playoffs, CSUF will be on the back foot of a series.
Wow. That's a wild sentence to say. But nonetheless, playoffs are a different beast. And this team, although both of these teams, I should say, very talented, definitely neither of these teams you should really be messing with, as that might have been an open net, but right now, I mean, it's 4-0. Does an open net really matter? A lot of this is kind of just feeling it out. Both of these teams, obviously, really, really well played, but right now, Nebraska, they're taking advantage of what CSUF is letting them have. As you were pointing out a little bit earlier, it doesn't seem like the pace is there, or maybe I should say it doesn't seem like the confidence is there. This CSUF team is the kind of team that will go off of the ceiling, get a reset, and then dunk you in front of your own net to score. That's not really the CSUF we've been seeing so far, and we've kind of got to see them soon if they want to get back in this series.
Yep, and I think it was a question we had earlier on in the season, right? I mean, in the playoffs especially, is when given adversity, what can CSUF do? Their first true face of adversity. And right now, doesn't look like they have an answer. It really does not look like they have an answer. Nebraska have been smooth sailing, and other than that overtime in the beginning of the game, it's just been kind of all Nebraska. Even when Jarda scored his amazing goal, even when like CSU ties up the game, it's Nebraska who are calling the shots.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to put it. Nebraska's the one calling the shots. Nebraska's the one that's dictating the speed of play at the moment. And it's not the speed of play that CSUF want to be playing at, right? We know this team to be really fast, really high flying, and doing a lot of stuff. And right now, Nebraska is forcing them to slow down, forcing them to play at the pace that they want to play. And if they keep on letting that happen, if they keep on letting them control how this game is going to be played out, they're not going to gain any ground because that's not how they play. So in this coming match, we're going to have to see CSUF really take hold of what they can and take fate into their own hands as we go ahead and get into our next game.
Yeah, and I think this might be the most important game of the series here for CSUF. If you lose this, you are on match point for the first time in the playoffs. In the first time in a good minute, honestly. Week 10, you were in Game 5 against Clemson, so it's not like you haven't been here before, but it means a bit more here in the playoffs, and right now that's a start that you'd like if you're CSUF trying to put a shot on target.
Yeah, Vats here, a little bit of a pop-up, but nonetheless is going to be able to follow it up. Zimic able to get a little bit of a stretch of a save there and follow it up with a great dunk. Does he have another? Kind of. The ball pops up. Maybe a demo attempt coming through there from CSUF. I mean, hey, if they're controlling the pace, why not just control the number of players they have on the field? That's a very valid strategy as Jarda clearing this out. But K-Fish, he's going to jump on it immediately and get demoed right away. It's going to be a shot towards net, and Nebula able to possess it, but nonetheless, even with a little bit of a more positive start from CSUF here, Nebraska's still showing that they have some control of the game.
Yeah, but I'm liking what I'm seeing here from CSUF already. Physicality is the response to what feels like an inability to have control in this game. Just take out the players, take out their ability to control the game, and you get more control. It's pretty simple. I mean, it's working out at times. Right now, obviously, though, a miss from Bats, and Nebula's off the call, seeing that there's no one nearby, there's no issues. Right now, it's going to be a foot race to this ball. Zimic will be the first guy to it. It's going to be off the ceiling. Jarda can't reach it. Jarda has been having a bit of a weaker series, I feel like, actually. Weird enough, but there's a big save by Bats to make sure this isn't a 1-0 here for Nebraska, but at the moment, it's going to be no boost for Nebula. Just centers it, but we'll get met. And again, Jarda just gets caught out. And I can't believe I'm saying this. Jarda is an issue right now in this game. In the worst way possible.
In the worst way possible, and truthfully, at the worst time. Right now, you're really trying to get yourself back into this series. The other team just took 2 games against you, and you're going a little high on rotation, making it so that a clear just kind of floats its way in. That's not the kind of goal that you want to concede. Yeah, you know, you concede a goal that was a really good play or something like that, but you don't want to be letting the easy ones in, and that's what CSUF is doing against this Nebraska team, along with some awkward touches that just don't seem to be doing them any favors.
Yeah, right now it's Electra's ball. It's going to be low boost here for 2 of the CSUF players. Nebula, though, the guy used just the most of his boost. Vats now, though, is going to collection. Zimic off the center forward. Doesn't get anything. Nebula gets a good touch. It's going to be high. It's going to be dry. It's going to be Vats trying to put a shot. It's going to be high. And that's an opportunity wasted away there. Nebula trying to stop this ball. But it's just a setup for Zimic, and Jarda can't reach it off of a touch that he wishes he could just replay.
Yeah, you don't really want to be handing the ball off that close to you, at least when you have, I think that was 2 Nebraska players very, very close to the ball, following that up, saying, hey, I'm going to get the 50 if this drops the way that I want to. And in this case, they didn't actually get a 50. They got a shot on net, which, well, that's worse. You don't want that to happen. And right now, Nebraska, a little bit of a solo play here from K-Fish, and not the most confident save from Vats, but nonetheless keeping it out. It's 2 goals up, and they couldn't come back from 2 goals last game. In fact, they ended up giving away a goal, making it 3, so they have a pretty large task ahead of them.
Yeah, I don't think it's a stat thing that we can get ability. When was the last time? I think... Okay, I'm gonna come back to my thing. I'm sorry. Who just, Zimic? What was this touch? That's... What an angle! I mean... I mean, Jesus. Best goal? One of the best goals we've seen in the playoffs, and of course it's an own goal? Hey, well, great news, CSUF. You're back in the game. Unfortunately for you, it wasn't one of your players scoring. So, I don't think it's going to be very easily repeatable. Hey, if you can, like, figure out how to make Zimic do more redirects like that, I would be down to watch, but I just don't think it's sustainable.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm pretty sure I saw Vats' name show up when that goal went in. So he definitely put that shot on net and definitely scored it. Although, Electro, he's going to be putting his own shot on net and following it up immediately. I don't know how much control he had on what was happening there, but maybe a little bit of misfortune on their side leads to a little bit of karma coming back in a positive way here, and they're back up to a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, well, you can kind of forget about... I mean, they're not going to forget about Zimic, so they're just going to laugh at how this guy can only hit the nutty stuff when it's on their own colored net. But right now, again, Nebraska is... They're comfortable. And I can't believe CSUF is the more uncomfortable team out there. It is not a statement that is regularly spoken, but it's one that is oh so true right now, as they got to face the possibility of they're going to be on match point, and they're going to be on match point for multiple games in a row if they want to come back.
All things considered, we have seen a comeback from this position before in the playoffs. It was Washington State making just the same comeback.
Oh, no.
Granted, I don't know if the scoreline was exactly the same here, as just a soft touch center is a little bit too much for Nebula to handle. It's not impossible, all things considered, but with the way that the series is going, it's looking a lot and a lot harder for this CSUF team to find their footing and get themselves back into it.
The bigger problem with the fact that CSUF doing it, and of course they're good enough to do it, they've never had a need to do a comeback. And that's just, it's a question of, do they know how to do a comeback? You know what I mean? It's just, if you've never done it before, you've never had the need to do it before, it takes some tries to need to pull off a comeback before you can properly do one. And right now it feels like, I don't know if they have the ability to do one. I know they have the skill, but I don't know if they have the mental to do it. But right now they're going for a bit of cherry picking, so they're definitely not mentally destroyed. But it also doesn't feel like it's a case of they're missing every shot, they're absolutely collapsing because they're failing. It just feels like, they're just outskilled. And honestly, the more I speak into existence, I don't know if that's better.
I don't know if outskilled is the word to
The
put
problem
to
is
this right now.
Jarda's not been having it. Jarda's having the worst series we've seen him play in the playoffs. And it's the worst time.
This is a CSUF that we've seen before, all things considered. This is a CSUF that we were like, oh, that first upper round against Texas Tech didn't seem as confident as we would have liked it. And it's a CSUF that we saw at the end of conference play where we were like, oh, they just don't seem that confident. They don't seem like they're getting into it. When they play against teams that start gaining ground on them, they start hesitating. And that's not what you want to see, because you can't always be winning. This is a CSUF team that whenever they've played in this league, they've been on top. They've only had a few moments here and there that have really tested them to get back into a series, to really fight for a series. And this is what they're being faced with now.
Yeah, I think the worrying part is that in the playoffs, when push came to shove, they did step up in the last game. It was a moment where we were like, they need to pull something out to just become better. And they did so. But now it's supposed to be the moment that they're supposed to be better, and they're not, right? They're not stepping up to the moment. And I think that's not what you like to hear. But I think obviously, Game 5, Utopia Coliseum, CSUF are on the brink of being taken out of the upper bracket. Do they have the ability to bring it back, or are they going to be having a fight there against Kansas State and be playing another team of the North? Let's find out.
All right, we will have to find out indeed. Right now, one of these teams, they're going to be going to the lower bracket, and their journey to the grand finals is going to be just an extra game longer. But nonetheless, you never really want to be there, as CSUF, they're going to start off by looking at a bump, looking at some quick shots on net, not quite going to make it on target. But nonetheless, you are definitely going to be smiling, thinking that, okay, maybe CSUF, they're going to start locking in a little bit more and getting the kind of play that they want to see.
Yeah, right now, though, it's going to be a good 50 by Electro. It's going to be a very heavy attack here by Nebraska. All pushed up. K-Fish is the furthest man back until Zimic pushed back. But there was a good second there. Like, K-Fish was way up into the CSUF side. But they're feeling it. They're feeling good in Nebraska. But a demo there, and a not touch there by Zimic, and a 3-point turn just to get the boost there. And it's feeling kind of similar to the last game, Game 4 for CSUF, where it's like, they're not really, like, playing bad. They actually have, like, moments here, but it's just, it feels like at any moment Nebraska's going to find something and break out.
And that is a pressure that you have to deal with against this Nebraska team. They can very much so make a lot out of what seems to be nothing, as I think that's in.
I mean, it is in, but it came off of, I mean, 2 moments there, right? Electra just missed, and then Jarda. I mean, I'm saying this about Jarda of all people. Jarda's missing the easy touch. And I mean, of all players to expect it from, this is the guy that you don't.
Yeah, Jarda, definitely one of the rocks, I think would be a fair way to say it. Definitely one of the rocks of this CSUF team. He's been one of their leading goal scorers, if I'm correct. He's been one of the main facilitators of a lot of their offense. Not only offense, but just being around the field in general to help develop plays. And I mean, you were alluding this a little bit earlier on before we started this match, that Jarda, he doesn't seem to fully be there. We've catch some glimpses of him, but nonetheless, he doesn't seem to be at full power.
No, of course not. I think yesterday, I keep on saying yesterday, Monday, I think we saw the best we've ever seen Jarda, and it was a reckoning. There was no answer to the guy on Monday. Clemson couldn't figure it out, and I don't think Nebraska would figure it out either, but unfortunately for Jarda, that's not him today. It's just not his day. And unfortunately, it's happening at a moment where you need that version of him. And in general, you need the entirety of CSUF to step up, because Nebraska, they've met their match. They thought this was going to be a fight where they would have to properly bring it their all to win it all. But instead, this is the same amount of difficulty that they had against Iowa State with a sub yesterday. Or Monday. I keep on saying yesterday. It's on Sunday, man, that the CSUF Clemson game. Man, I just have my dates mixed up.
Yeah, all of the days do blend together a little bit. We had a day 2 that spanned 2 different days. So a little bit of confusion there naturally sort of sneaks in. But I think you're 100% right. This is not the CSUF that we saw against Clemson, that we sort of sat there and said, hey, if we see that CSUF, I think we're going to have a pretty tough series for Nebraska here. Although all things considered, they are definitely still taking it to Nebraska. In this case, this game being a lot closer, but nonetheless, again, just not the same confidence, not the same play that we've seen.
No, definitely not. It's obviously there's moments, there's flashes in the pan where I'm like, that's a play that he would go for. But then it's like the follow-up doesn't feel like that same flash. Right now, there's a touch. That's not it. Jarda's just gonna not opt to go for it. Fair enough. Solid player, but Jarda here. What's he gonna go? Sees that's no. The touch just goes. I was gonna say he saw that, but he didn't get the touch he wanted. What? I don't know if that was the touch he wanted, but it worked out. Congrats, guys. You got your pass.
Yeah,
you got your pass. The journey does not matter. It's the way you got there. Something.
The way that you got there is definitely more important in this case. Although,
oh no!
I mean, we said this at the beginning of the game. This is going to be a series of mistakes. That's what helped lead to the goal before this. But in this case, I mean, a kickoff goal. Sure, why not? It seems like Nebraska right back into it.
And all the hard work that you just pulled out has just been undone in a matter of seconds. And with less than a minute to go, and with how you've been playing, it seems so difficult. It seems not impossible, but it feels like you are fighting a hard road. Right now, he's going to be the guy beating out Zimic here at the 50. Znutcher, though, is going to be on it. Jarda is able to 50. Zimic, though, gets a good touch. It's going to be Vats. It's going to hit it high up. K-Fish, though, cuts it off. 20 seconds remaining. And right now, elimination point for CSUF. And I don't know if I would have ever thought I'd be saying those words after week 10. But right now, it feels oh so real as Jarda tries to put this ball over to the corner. Vats collects the boost. Puts it out. Nebula. He's getting bumped by Zimic. But he gets it high. He gets it past Electro. Who's next? It's going to be Jarda. Jarda's got to be the guy to do it. Oh, saved by K-Fish. But there's demos everywhere, and Nebraska have 4-1 taken down CSUF and CSUF have been handed their first ever loss in the Meridian Collegiate Conference.
Wow. For a team that went completely undefeated throughout the entirety of conference play, it seems like it took until pretty far in to the playoffs for them to finally meet someone to match their pace, and Nebraska's the one to do it. Brilliant performance, I will say. Let's just get that right out there for Nebraska to sit there and take it to CSUF. There's definitely been some drumming up of CSUF to be this amazing team that, even though they haven't played against some of these really solid teams from the North, to be this powerhouse, to be this team that'll really go through these playoffs and possibly even sweep through the whole thing. But Nebraska in this case, hey, they went through and they did what they needed to do.
Yeah, but I think it is time for us to talk to a Nebraska player, actually. Let's give their flowers where it's due. Nebraska K-Fish will be joining us here for an interview. Hello, hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah, I
How are
can
you guys?
believe it. I mean,
Doing
pretty
good.
good. I mean, surprised us. I think it's fair to say. But
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
let's start it off instantaneously. I mean, CSUF, right? I think there's an error to them, right? There's an aura to them. Like everyone knows that they're a good team, arguably the best team in the thing. But you just came in today and you 4-1 them. And I mean,
I think despite like us 4-1ing them, it doesn't mean anything else. I mean, they're still a really good team. I mean, they are definitely one of the top teams in this entire league, which is like no question. That's for sure. I just think, they haven't seen us play, like we haven't played each other at all. So I think when it came down to it, it's just we came out a little better. So
Well, and Rocket League can sometimes be like that. Sometimes it is a day-to-day thing. Sometimes it's a team like, oh yeah, who is feeling it more on the day? And, in this case, it seems like you guys were at least pretty well set and doing well, getting what you needed to do done. And I will say, obviously, they won the first match. A little close in that first match, and obviously some of the following ones were close as well. Was there a certain point that you guys sort of sat there and said, okay, wait a second, I think we are set for this match. I think we have the confidence we need. We have everything lined up. We know what we need to do.
I don't know. I guess I'd have to say at the end of the first game, I mean, we usually take our first games to take a look at our opponents, see how they play, and just kind of get a good understanding of what they're doing. And so after that first game, we made some adjustments, made some changes, and we just went from there, and it turned out to work pretty good.
yeah, that's a very good way to put it. But I think I'm gonna ask you one more question before we
Yeah, no worries.
let you head off. Obviously, you guys will be playing either Kansas State or CSUF. Both teams you have played some point regular season or now. I guess between the two teams, who would you want to face? Obviously, you got the bracket reset, but they're still opponents that you can't take lightly.
I think both teams are like formidable opponents for sure. I mean, both teams have very good players, and they can both do very good things. I think, overall, we really like to have a challenge, and I think we'd like to play CSUF again. I think they can definitely beat K-State, and either way, I look forward to playing whoever it is who comes out on top. So.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for joining us. I absolutely love to see that the confidence is high and it 100% showed through for that series. Go ahead, go celebrate with everyone and start getting yourselves ready because, hey, you have a grand finals to be looking at with a possible bracket reset if you guys, maybe if you guys let them get the bracket reset. But we will be seeing you play later today. Good luck in that game, and thank you for the interview.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Yeah,
Thank you as well.
Yeah, and with that, obviously, upper finals done. Top 3, guaranteed top 2 for Nebraska. And I mean, what a performance! You've taken on the best team. You're now making people believe you're the best team, and You've done it in dominant fashion, but I think we're gonna go on a few minute break here, but don't go anywhere. In less than 10 minutes, will be the beginning of Kansas State versus CSUF, the lower finals, where you will be seeing one team go home and the other try to pull off a bracket reset, pull off a miracle against Nebraska. We'll see you then.
Don't go anywhere.
Okay, welcome in everybody to the lower finals. I'm joined here with Scoob. How we feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm excited. You know, the CSUF K-State match is gonna be really exciting. I think these two teams are almost about equal. I think K-State is really strong, and then obviously CSUF is the number one seed. So I think we're gonna have a great game today.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. One thing I'm really excited about is I don't think these teams have played yet. I know K-State, they've been in lowers. They know what it feels like to be eliminated or be on the brink of elimination. Whereas, like, for me, like CSUF, I mean, they just took a really tough loss to a good Nebraska team, and now they have to go deal with. This is the first time we're playing and losing. Like that means everything, right? So I think for them, the pressure is really on. So I'm really excited to kind of see what happens. I do think I would lean more in the CSUF side if I were to predict, but I mean, K State's going to come out punching.
I agree, and I would agree with you. But CSUF just took their first loss in the playoffs. So, maybe they're mentally broken a little bit, and I think they could fall to Kansas if they're not careful.
I mean, yeah, I do think, especially with we did see kind of like some uncharacteristic play from CSUF, especially like with a guy like Jarda, who's, I mean, for 10 weeks straight was probably the best player in the league. We didn't really see that. I don't know if that's a testament to Nebraska's defense being really strong or if it just wasn't his night. But we'll see. We'll see if they can bounce back, as I think we are going to begin in pretty soon. Make sure everyone has the lobby info. I think we should be. So I mean, yeah, I do want to talk to you a little bit, because we haven't really. Dancing Ganan and Nivex obviously talked a lot about the Nebraska CSUF match, but like outside of just making it to the grand finals, like what do you think? I guess who do you think has the momentum here? I would say like I would lean more on the K State side as they've played today and they won a really really tough match, but there could be some, I guess, debate on it.
No, I agree. Like you said, Kansas, they just came out of Washington. They were on top, and I believe it was 4-2, right?
Yeah,
I
4-2.
believe 4-2, right? And so, they're feeling confident, and CSUF, although typically I would say the better team, um, is on the down, right? They just lost. It's their first loss. Kansas State has won. They're feeling good, right? I think Kansas really has the momentum here, and I want to see Kansas really really emphasize on that and take control of these games because they have so much potential. Their pressure is very high, but they do need to be careful because CSUF has a very aggressive offense. Jarda is a great mechanical player, and I think we're going to see that today.
Yep, it looks like the players are joining in the lobby, so should be in for a pretty fun match. I'm really excited. All right, kickoff number 1 here on Manfield. Kickoff goes here in CSU's favor. They put on a shot. Alien Techno is able to clear it out. Nebula pushing up the wall. Let's see if he can find a teammate in the midfield.
Yeah, and immediately CSUF is on the Kansas side, and they're putting a lot of pressure on. But we're gonna see if Kansas can get out of this safely. Moon is trying to slow it down, but again, the pressure just keeps coming from CSUF.
Absolutely. I mean, they've been pretty much dominating the boost in the first 45 seconds. I mean, it's been in this back right corner for K-State pretty much the entire game. And I think they really need to work on trying to pad and get this ball out, because a shot there from Bats, Jarda maybe putting one on. Let's see if we can get an aerial play here from Nebula. Looking to 50, Giro 50s it out. Alien Techno on the ball, takes control, rips a shot. Jarda clears it out.
Yeah, and Kansas is getting a little physical, which I really like. They really can mess up, and a shot comes from Jarda almost on target. But I believe, I'm not sure who it was that saved it, but a great save from them. It's kind of awkward here in the midfield as Jarda is looking for a sidewall, almost gets it. That shoots, saved by Alien, and it'll be contested in the midfield. Nebula almost able to score. It's a lot of pressure, like I said, coming from CSUF. They are making a lot of aerial plays. They're being very threatening in a flip reset and almost a goal.
Techno clears it out, but Jarda's on it from the ceiling. Oh, he can't quite get a shot out. Bats able to clear it out to his teammate. A wall play here from Nebula. He wins the space. He's looking for a 50. Can't quite get it. Giro clears it out. Bats back on the ball. I mean, CSUF has done an absolutely amazing job pressuring and ripping shots. K-State has done a really good job of getting clears and kind of relieving the pressure, but they really haven't had an attack of their own. So, I mean, you got to kind of wonder when a goal might fall for the CSUF team.
Exactly. And the more that CSUF stays on Kansas' side, the more confident they are going to get. Jarda is an amazing mechanical player, and he will get very aggressive as he does right here. And I think as they get more aggressive, they will make plays more and more threatening, which is very dangerous, obviously, for Kansas. Is that they really need to figure out how to maintain their boost and get it out of their side as a shot comes from Moon and he misses.
Oh my goodness, you know he's going to be thinking about that one tomorrow. I mean, that was really, really great opportunity to kind of get this ball out of their half and then threaten CSUF. CSUF has put on a large number of shots in comparison to K-State here, and I think a big thing here for K-State is really, really trying to take advantage of their chances because they're not getting a whole lot. Here, Moon looking to rip a shot. It's an open net and he scores.
Oh my gosh!
Wow. I mean, that's really the way to answer here. I mean, K-State has been absolutely surviving, and then they bring home the open net to kind of put this one in the lead for them.
Yeah, that is so surprising. CSU has so much pressure on the other side of the field, and a miss comes from Moon right there. But anyways, it's so interesting to see that Kansas had a very small opportunity and was able to take that opportunity and score. They haven't had a lot of opportunities, but if they can keep doing that, they will definitely be the winners of this series.
Oh, absolutely. I think one thing that I'm really noticing from K-State is, yeah, they've definitely been kind of dominated on the possession side of things, especially boost, but they've been really, really good at managing and kind of minimizing their mistakes in terms of they've been extremely, extremely smart and choice conscious with a lot of their boost when they do have it. So that's something that, I mean, going into a really long series like you kind of expect this one to be, it's a really, really valuable trait to have as a whole team. Giro looking for a little sidewall, could not quite get it. Nebula clearing it out, but Alien Techno gets the beat. Bats clearing it out to the right to Jarda.
Yes, and the last 10 seconds are here, and it goes over Alien Techno, but Moon is able to save it as it comes back in the midfield, but a nice clear from Giro. Jarda trying to pass to his teammates, looking to get it down, and Bats almost scores, but he couldn't quite get it, and that is so sad, but that's how the game crumbles.
I mean, that was a really crazy match. Not really quite what I was expecting there. As I mean, K-State kind of looked like the team that was getting beat on every other aspect other than the obviously the goals. But I mean, they were able to find the open net and kind of be the more clinical team in game one.
Definitely. I think that this has taken a hit to CSUF's mental. I think that Kansas definitely has the pressure and the flow to keep going. You know, they're making a trail and they're not stopping, and I really like that. I also really like how much boost management they were forced to do, and they proved that they can manage their boost. They can keep on holding on to boost, and they're not afraid of defenses on low boost. You know, they're able to push through that.
No, not at all. I mean, I think one thing though on the CSUF side is, you did about 90% of the things right in that game, and it really comes down to capitalizing on your chances, and that's something they really need to do going into DFH Stadium, as this is a really really big swing game, right? You don't want to go down 0-2, especially when you no longer have that extra life from the upper finals. So let's see if CSUF can kind of make some shots, create some goals.
Yeah, and CSUF has a chance here. You know, it's kind of falling into the Kansas corner, as Jarda will be last back, and a little awkward in the corner, but Jarda able to find a chance to potentially score as it gets blocked by Alien Techno. And
Yep.
CSUF is trying to make some plays happen here.
Absolutely. Nebula looking to clear it out here. Jarda, he's up. Couldn't quite get the read to the double tap. Clearing it out to the mid. Alien Techno regains control. Flick over one. Could it be a goal? No, Jarda demos him. What a play. Jarda, wall dash. 50s it out to bats. But it looks like K-State is going to gain control here on a really great opportunity from CSUF.
I agree. And again, the ball just keeps landing in the Kansas side. But as we saw last game, Kansas didn't have very many opportunities. But when they did have an opportunity, they scored, right? And so that could be what's happening here as Giro passes mid to Moon. Not quite successful, but and a
Giro with a
shot.
wild beat.
Giro.
Oh my gosh. I mean, again, it kind of goes back to what we saw in the last series here, where I think we're seeing a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes from CSUF, like clearing it out into the midfield, stuff like that. That's not really what we're used to seeing from this team. And I mean, Giro, excellent job, gets up there quickly and puts a really strong shot on that.
Yeah, and I can't imagine what's going on in the comms in CSUF right now. I mean, what are they thinking? Are they good? Are they feeling all right? How are they responding to losing, right? Because this team has been incredible in the preseason and for most of the playoffs, right? But as the competition gets more and more, they're feeling the pressure, and I really enjoy that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's always fun. Oh my gosh, Giro. Oh my, wow. I mean, what a shot. Top right, Moon to Giro. Low boost pass. I mean, this is really, really great stuff from K-State. I mean, they're using the opportunities when they're getting them. Even though they're losing that kind of boost battle, they're being a really, really clinical team. And that's something that's extremely hard to deal with if you're CSUF. And Bats looking to get control here. Flips Alien Techno on the 50, but Nebula's back to 50 again. Charda looking for space. He has it. Trying to get possession. Not quite his touch he would like to see. Kind of what we're seeing from him tonight, unfortunately. Moon with a small whiff here, but the ball still remains in the CSUF half.
Yeah, and that play where Jarda was on the corner and had an opportunity to go up, that's very uncharacteristic of him to miss that touch and not be able to make an aerial play off of it. As Giro, potentially an open
net. Wow.
I mean, Alien can score. I mean, that's it.
I think one thing I really want to say here is This is a little bit different from what we saw in like game 1, for example, where we were seeing CSUF kind of control the match. It really doesn't feel like that anymore. It feels a lot more like K-State, this is just their game. You know, they're going to put on really quality shots. Might not have a lot of volume, but it's going to be really quality. It's going to be great times where they're getting demos, they're getting those number advantages, you know, 3-2, 1-2, those types of things. And it's right now, I mean, CSUF just can't handle it.
I agree, and I like to note that, you know, the boost on CSUF has been kind of low for a while now. They've gotten boost, but it seems to go to waste as Jarda gets a nice redirect pass from Vats, and he's able to clear it. I think what happened here was Kansas was way too far up, and their third man was nowhere in sight.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a big mistake, though, for Kansas, because, you know, a 3-goal lead, that's really comfortable, but there's still quite a lot of time here, and a 2-goal lead, I mean, as everyone knows, that's never safe. Like, that's always a time where, you know, you might be comfortable, but you're really not. CSUF looking here to try and challenge this ball, but K-State keeps it in possession to their other side. Alien Techno regains.
I'd like to mention, when I went up against K-State, they were very good about free jumping almost every ball, right? And I think that's what they're doing here, is they're making sure that CSUF does not get the chance to make the plays they want to, and that might be CSUF's weakness, right? But we're gonna see an aerial play here by Vat, see if he can get over Jiro, which he does, and a demo comes through, 1-B, it's over him.
Oh, Nebula, you gotta bring that home. That is a devastating miss there. Unfortunately, I mean, it was a very tough shot, obviously, but that's never what you want to see there from CSUF, especially in a game as important as this. I mean, this is like a massive swing game, because now CSUF is really going to have to climb their way out of this hole that they've dug for themselves. Jarda looking to put one last shot on. He can't quite do it. Nebula, he scores! Are we going to see kickoff madness here on DFH Stadium?
I hope so. This is a great match. I mean, there's so much going on, so much pressure happening on both sides, and I think, you know, CSUF is getting their ground now. Like, they're feeling the game, but they need to score right now, or else it's over.
Jiro, great challenge. Can he close it out? Not quite. Jarda clears it out, looking to try and get possession, and they clear it out. K-State gets the win, and CSUF is down 2-0.
They are. I think CSUF really needs to get a grip, honestly. Jarda,
I mean, absolutely.
He's playing okay, but, you know, he's usually their star player, and he's not making as many plays as we want to see, right? We want to see him making those big aerial plays, getting flip resets, you know, dunking at people. We want to see that. Like, that's Jarda's specialty, but it doesn't feel like he's able to get the time to do that.
Oh yeah, I mean, I agree. I will say one thing. You know, I don't think it's all on Jarda. I do think some things we're seeing that are a little bit not what I'm used to in regards to watching CSUF is I do think, like, for example, Vats, really strong mechanical player. Great in the air. I feel like we're not seeing a lot of chances from him. I mean, Nebula, in my opinion, has done a really, really great job in this series so far of like ripping shots and creating a lot of chances. But I feel like these kind of key, really dynamic players that can create a lot of plays are Jarda and Vats, and we haven't really seen that from either of them. And I think if they want to kind of swing this series, they really need to pick it up.
I agree. And I really want to see some more passes on CSUF. Those passes are dangerous. You know, they contest the ball in such a way that changes the ball's direction, which is obviously very good. And it's a very clean transition, you know, to an offensive play, right? But right now, we're going to see a demo from Jiro, and Kansas State has a very
Is this an open net? Jiro finishes it. Wow. I mean, what a great demo. kind of a double commit there from Nebula and Vats there, and Giro just brings it home.
Yeah, a great play from Jiro. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he got 2 demos, maybe only one, but definitely got the most important demo, I'd say, and another demo coming through. I mean, they're being very physical, and I
This
really
could be a shot on net. That's bottom right. I do think it could be one of those times where, you know, obviously K-State really wants to jump ahead here, get a big 3-0 lead, and then CSUF obviously is trying to claw back. You might see a few mistakes because the nerves are a bit high here, and especially in Forbidden Temple. I mean, this is a massive game.
Right, and you know, both teams are facing the brink of extinction, right? Alien Techno able to get a nice clear here, but it seems to be a little awkward as Nebula will put a great shot on target. Kansas State very low boost right now. Jiro sitting back, but Jordan will have a beautiful
with an absolutely
double tap.
insane double tap.
Wow.
I mean,
I think,
CSUF's just not
Moon-
done.
I think Moon maybe had an unfortunate clear. I don't think he wanted to go that far out. And Jarda was able to capitalize on that mistake.
Absolutely. Here we go. On the kickoff, K-State is able to get a small win here, but Jarda clears it out. Trying to get boost for this CSUF team. They're pretty much dominating the boost totals here. Alien Techno trying to gain control here and relieve the pressure for K-State. Jiro looking to 50, gets beat by Jarda. Jarda creating a shot. No teammate there, unfortunately, for CSUF.
Right, and the Kansas State is putting the pressure on now because I think they've realized they should speed their plays up. You know, that's how they scored these last few times, and really getting physical, getting in front of their face. You know, that's how you get on to CSUF.
Oh, absolutely. That's looking to gain control, taking it to the wall. Can he create an option for his team? Not quite. Charter back on the shot. It goes out into their net. I mean, CSUF is just hammering them on their half, but wow, what a clear. This could be kind of threatening.
It was a little threatening. I wasn't sure if they were going to get back to it or not because everyone was kind of rotating back, but Jiro makes a great opportunity for his team and a little bit of a miss, I think, from Alien Techno, if I'm not mistaken. But Jarda is making some good plays for his team right now. We'll see if they can capitalize on it.
Moon looking to rip a shot here, not quite able to get what he wants. Alien Techno challenging from the ceiling. Jiro back on the 50. I mean, it's kind of a stalemate here after that goal from CSUF. Both teams clearing it out and getting really quality 50s. Nebula looking to make a strange play. It could be a shot on net. Not quite. Jarda clears it out.
Right. It's been kind of a stalemate in a way that the ball isn't going in a net, but I feel like there's been a lot of threatening plays, right? There's been a lot of threatening plays near the goals, and we're just waiting for one of these to go in, and right here it might, but Jiro gets that save, and it's a little awkward in the corner right here.
Nebula ripping a shot. Jarda, can he get one in? And he does. 3-1 with 1:46 left on the clock. I mean, it's a completely different game now. I think K-State was kind of able to manage all their chances, and they've had a lot of chances in this game, and they've done the opposite of what they did in games 1 and 2, and they haven't been capitalizing, and CSUF absolutely has. Nebula with a big clear. Can he put a shot on that? Not quite. Jiro clears it out. Vats looking to put one more on that. Bottom right, no. Moon clears it out.
That was an incredible sequence from CSUF right there. I mean, great save, right? But I think the pressure is really picking up from CSUF, and I like to see that.
Jarda with the solo play here. 50s from Jiro. Vats with a lot of space, but Alien Techno is up. He gets one on. Can he convert this? And he does. Wow. I mean, this is kind of a collapse here from K-State. This is not what we saw here in game 1 and 2. And I think CSUF has done exactly what we kind of talked about in the pregame going into game 3 is they've done a lot better job of can, you know, their star players taking those solo plays and creating threats.
I agree. And, you know, I mentioned earlier that K-State really likes the pre-jump, right? They really love the pre-jump, and it works most of the time. But when you pre-jump a ball that hasn't even landed, oh my goodness, an alien techno gets a very nice shot right here. Very difficult angle. Wow, holy cow.
I mean, here with a minute left to go, I mean, 4-2 here. Sorry, I'm getting CSUF looking to. I'm gonna send you over.
Kansas State is making some good plays, but both of their players just missed. CSUF is looking to make an offensive play, but they're low boost. All of them are low boost, unfortunately, and Kansas is keeping up the pressure because I think they realize this, right? And
absolutely,
they're kind of bumping each other.
Jarda.
Oh no!
I mean, great shot here from Jarda, but I do want to point out, I mean, K-State kind of a defensive collapse here. You don't really want to let shots like that in. Two players on the same defensive position, that's never really what you want to see, especially in a game that's so important and the clock is ticking down.
Yeah, and you know, it's 5-2 right now. It's gonna be very difficult. May I say impossible for K-State to come back right here, as it'll kind of just float around the midfield. This will be a game back for CSUF.
Absolutely. And I mean, a really, really great effort there from CSUF to kind of not let that one get out of control for them and to, you know, kind of really answer. I'm really impressed with the team. I think one thing that we have talked about in this series and in the previous series was Jarda really wasn't the guy that was creating like he normally is. And in that game, he really showed up, and I'm extremely impressed.
Yes, I mean 3 goals from Jarda, and then 2 goals from Vats. Jarda had an assist. All 3 of them had an assist, actually. I think they were passing more. They had, let's see, 10 shots. They had 10 shots compared to Kansas State's 6 shots, right? So almost double the amount of shots. And, you know, you can tell that they're picking up the pace. They do not want Kansas State to be pre-jumping them and getting away with it.
No, absolutely. I mean, not only have they picked up the pace, but they've really started taking advantage of some of the things and the opportunities they were creating in games 1 and 2. And that's something that's, if you're K-State, you know, that's really dangerous when a team as good as CSUF is kind of doing that to you.
Yes, and we will be going into game 3, I believe.
Game 4.
Game 4, sorry. 2-1. We'll see how this goes. We'll see if CSUF keeps the pace up. I think if they can keep the pace up, then they will win this match.
Absolutely. Jarda looking to create a threat on net here. Alien Techno hovering, clears it out to the corner, but Vats is on it. He gets a big beat here, trying to press up on Nebula. Nebula takes a great control here, but throws it out into the midfield. Vats looking to gain control. He gets a beat on 1-0. Can he clear it out? Yes, he can.
Yep, and some misses are happening, but it seems like K-State is on the defensive here. It's hard to tell, but Jarda is trying to make some plays for his team. Vats looking for mid, looking for his teammate. Sees that he can just get a 50 and slows it down for his team. Jarda trying to make a play here. Gets a nice flick, not quite on target though. And we will be going back to the CSUF side.
Giro gets a big beat here, putting it out into the left corner. Alien Techno gaining control, looking for a 50, and he's back. Jarda actually beats him, and it's a clear out into the midfield, but Giro's there, putting a threat back on net for K-State. CSUF handles it quite well. That was probably an open net there. That's something Jarda doesn't really miss. You know he's going to want that one back later.
He will take that one back if you're not careful. Unfortunately, you know, a little bit of an open net, but I think that he'll be fine. He'll definitely.
You know,
get
I mean,
it.
the lights are bright right now. I mean, you're fighting for a grand final spot here. You know, things like that are going to happen. I mean, even we see it from the best. We can go and talk about all the different RLCS moments where we've seen players that have been absolutely dominant, you know, kind of shaky and make mistakes. So it's not something that's, you know, something shocking. But, you know, you don't want to see that happen in such an important moment like this.
Yeah, and I'd like to point out something that we kind of missed there. There was a beautiful shot attempt from Moon, and I think if you put it a little higher, maybe we could have scored, and Nebula almost scores right there, but a beautiful save from, I believe, Giro. And it's kind of floating in the midfield right now.
Giro looking to get a touch, but he gets beat here. Alien Techno looking backboard. Can this be a shot? Moon just off to the left.
It was close. I think it could have been a goal opportunity as Jarda it tries to beat him, almost gets a 50 in. Alien Techno, one-on-one.
Full possession. Can he create an opportunity here?
Oh my
Not
gosh!
quite. Giro, he brings it home top left.
Wow, that was really close. I thought once this went out to the post, it was gone, but it magically came back, and Giro was ready for that.
Yeah, I mean, great way to kind of, you know, crash the backboard, as they say. I mean, that's kind of what you need here, especially when you take that kind of unfortunate and dominant loss in Game 3. That's a really great mental swing there for K-State as they're able to get one up here on the game.
True, and all three Kansas State players are in the CSUF half, almost a shot. Almost got punished for that, but Giro trying to get it over, has a double attempt, that's to be there to save it. Moon looking to get it back there, unfortunately misses, but he will be the last one back for now, as the Kansas State is back on defense.
Alien Techno clears it out here. Bats gains control, but he's looking to 50 Moon. Moon puts it on the backboard. Can Giro put a shot on net? Not quite, but he's able to get a touch here. Alien Techno looking to gain control, but he's got to get through Vats.
Yeah,
Moon with a great shot.
Close. Oh my goodness, Moon was so close. It goes midfield, no one's there. Moon has very low boost, needs to clear this out for his team. And Giro trying to make a play. It goes midfield to Alien Techno. Oh my goodness.
I mean, this is just madness. So many chances from both teams here in the last 20 seconds. Giro looking for a 50. Can Moon put a shot on? Not quite. But Giro might be first to this. Jarda is actually up there. Alien Techno pre-jumps. Nebula regains control of Moon. 50s. I mean, the clock's ticking. CSUF needs to do something, or they're on elimination point here. Giro with a great 50. It's going to be in their net. Wow.
Holy cow. This was such an exciting match to watch. I mean, there were so many goal opportunities, and unfortunately, some of them were missed. I think I was sad that Jarda didn't get his open net goal back. I think that could be going through his head, how he missed that, and potentially lost the series because of it. I'm not saying anything, but you know, we'll see. But I'm super excited for this next game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, it could be a little bit early to say they've lost the series, but I mean, they're facing genuine elimination from this whole tournament. This is a team that hasn't even taken a loss in the regular season, dominated a great Texas Tech team, and then dominated a Clemson team that we thought was going to be a really, really great team in this tournament. So this is a completely foreign experience for them. And K-State, I mean, they're playing out of their mind. They're doing an excellent job here of getting really great shots and not making as many mistakes as CSUF is here.
I agree, and it's kind of crazy to say that the #1 seed in the Southern Conference is up for elimination right now. You know, they were fine the entire preseason, I think undefeated and undefeated in the playoffs up until now. And now, you know, the last game they lost, went to the losers bracket, and it's dangerously close to them being eliminated.
Absolutely. I mean, K-State has all the pressure here. Giro looking to get a shot on that, but can't quite do it, but he gets the boost. Alien Techno here gains control. This is just what you want to see if you're K-State. Great 50.
Oh my gosh.
It's an open net. Giro puts it in the back of the net.
Wow, holy cow. I mean, what happened here on the CSUO side, you know? That someone got faked and then another one got 50'd. I mean, it's unfortunate, but First Man, I don't know. First Man should almost never get faked.
I mean, yeah, that's not really what you want to see if you're CSUF. Jarda looking for a double tap, can't quite get it. But it looks like CSUF is going to stay here on the threat. Nebula full boost. Oh, Alien Techno gets a great beat on him. And K-State is back on the attack here. Bats clearing it out. Giro looking to get a beat. He can. Nebula clearing it out to the left.
Yeah, I like the contest, or how they contested it in the midfield. You know, they stopped them early, didn't let them go through, but now they have a big chance right here as it'll fall to the ground. A lot of the plays that they make are on their side, and they make a lot of aerial plays that start from their wall and go all the way to the other opponent's net, and we've seen it so many times. So K-State just needs to be careful about that as a demo comes through from Jarda.
Giro up. He gets a great beat here, and Jarda looking to gain possession. This is not the guy you want to see on full boost, but unfortunately he does pass it right to the opponent here. And one thing I do want to point out that I do think K-State is doing an absolutely amazing job here is when they're clearing the ball, it's going to other teammates. You know, they're constantly creating options, not only vertically, but horizontally as well. They're getting it out wide, and then they're creating really threatening inside plays here. Just like this, for example, Moon looking to get a beat here, but Jarda is quick. Can he get a finish here from the ceiling? Not quite.
I think if he had his flip for about one more second, then he would have gotten that goal because he was ready. He was so excited to use that flip, and I bet when he realized he didn't have any more, it was kind of sad. But I think Kansas State is doing a lot of pre-jumps, and it's working this time, right? All of them have a good amount of boost.
Absolutely.
CSUF kind of on the back foot here.
Definitely. One thing I do want to point out here is we might even see it again here is CSUF, they're doing a great job of, you know, canceling out K-State's pressure, but they're clearing the ball out to the opponent. They're not really creating a lot of opportunities for themselves, not regaining possession when they need to. And Alien Techno with the side corner read here. Giro with a great shot, not quite in. Nebula or Jarda is able to get a great block.
Yeah, I think a bit of panic came through right there as they double committed, but you know, like you said, lights are bright, nerves are up, but a potential shot here from Bats as Moon was there to save it, but the ball is very high. You know, not a lot is happening. Moon will get a big clear as he's on 0 boost.
Bats with the pre-jump here. Oh, Jarda with the backflip. You never want to see that so close to your net here. Jarda looking to put it out mid for Nebula, but Giro is on it. Giro with another threat on net. Jarda gets a great touch. Can CSUF clear this ball out? Yes, they can, but Giro back on it. Can he get one more touch to 50 it in the net? Alien Techno with the shot.
No.
Backboard. Jarda there in the corner.
I'd say Moon has had a lot of opportunities to shoot, and I think he's kind of. Oh my goodness!
And Shiro,
Wow.
I mean, they're knocking
just
on the door
happened?
of the grand finals here. This
That
is
was a
never what you
confusing
want to see.
Maybe the confusion helped them. You know, maybe the fake worked and Zero is ready, and Alien Techno blasting
Wow.
through that kickoff, just no hesitation, straight through the middle, and was able to get a goal off of it.
I mean, that's a great kickoff there from K-State. That's not really something you want to see if you're CSUF. You don't want to give up these kind of goals with only less than a minute left on arguably the most important game of your entire season. It is the most important game of your entire season.
Exactly, because I mean, if they can't win this, then it's looking really scary. You know, I think they really need to win this because that motivation, that excitement is gonna dwindle, and you know, as Kansas State has so much. Oh wow!
Jarda.
Gosh.
I mean, look, this is a really tough game to win if you're CSUF being down 2 with 20 seconds left. But I mean, they're not done. This is very. I mean, we just saw a kickoff goal 20 seconds ago. I mean, both teams are very capable of having really big swing plays here. As Moon clears it out into the CSUF half, Vats gains control with full boost, but he's leaving his net open. Alien Techno almost hit the dagger there. Jarda clearing it out to the left here. Vats with full boost. The clock is ticking. Will K-State be in the grand finals? And it looks just like, yes, K-State has done it. They have upset the #1 team from the South. And this is not really what you want to see if you're a Southern team here.
Jarda looking for some style plays right now, as he knows that it's over, but you know, maybe he can put some style points up.
Wow. I mean, K-State, you've done it. You've solidified yourself as the guaranteed second best team in this league. And the Northern Conference here in this playoff has absolutely shown up. We hate to see you go, CSUF, but you did an absolutely amazing job here in the regular season, and just props to K-State. They clearly prepared. They were clearly ready for this moment, and it's time to go fight Nebraska here in the bracket reset, and we're looking forward to seeing what you can do.
Yeah, I just want to talk about CSUF. I mean, they had an incredible preseason, an incredible first playoff games. Like, they were just on top. They were #1 seed. But I don't think they went against very many Northern teams in the start of the playoffs. So maybe, that's just a telltale sign that the North is just superior because, you know, the North is saying, who cares if you went against all the Southern teams? This is the North. This is where we're gonna show up, and we're gonna show you that the North is better.
Absolutely. I mean, that's kind of something that we've talked about and kind of hinted at a lot, especially like Dancing Banan and Nibix did an absolutely amazing job a lot in the regular season with, kind of comparing the North and South. But with the playoffs, we're actually getting to see it. And so far, I mean, there were 4, or the first 2 eliminated teams were Southern teams. And now the last 2 remaining teams are Northern teams. So your 1 and your 2 seed. So, that's something that is going to be a great topic of discussion going into the summer and fall seasons, where, are we going to see the South kind of have a resurgence? And that's something that's I'm really excited to see, but I do wonder, and especially with like the teams like CSUF and even like OKWU, who is the #2 seed, this is kind of, I guess, I don't want to say this in like a rude way, but a slightly disappointing result for both of those teams where OKWU got eliminated in losers round 1, and then CSUF, they don't even make the grand finals as a team that went absolutely undefeated.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, honestly. Like, as a CSUF player, you really kind of just expect yourself to go to grand finals, right? You you've been the number one team the entire time. And when you realize that there are teams out there that might be better, it hits you like a truck. And especially when, it's like right before the finals, and those are the biggest and toughest teams, obviously, and you lose twice in a row, like it probably hurts and it doesn't feel good, you know, trying to trying to get the finals and just getting double elimination on the same day within
Yeah.
like 2 hours.
I mean, your first two losses happen on the same day and on the biggest day of this whole season. So that's definitely really tough. And but now we're looking forward, right? We have K State versus Nebraska, the 1 and 2 seeds from the North. They're about to go head to head. Now Nebraska does have the second life, or yeah, the second life. So it's going to be a tough challenge for K State. It's going to be a long climb for them, but both of these teams, I'm really excited to see. Obviously, I am a Nebraska guy, so I'm always going to kind of root for them. But K State is an excellent team, and if there's any team in this whole league that can do it, they can absolutely do it. So we're going to take a small break here. Kind of get our stuff ready for this finals match, and we'll see you guys later. Thank you so much.
All right. Good evening, everyone. We're back here for a test for a tiny bit, but for the next big cycle. And as you've noticed, we are officially in the home stretch. We're officially in grand finals territories. Nivex, how you feeling? Parp, obviously you're casting the last one, but Nivex, I want to get your thoughts on this first.
I'm so excited, bro. I got to sit back a little bit and just take it in for that last game, and oh my goodness. I know I had Kansas State making it a decent way through the lowers, but I did not expect them to make it to the finals. So I'm genuinely surprised, and if they show up like I feel like they've been showing up, they have a chance against this Nebraska team.
Yeah, I think that's a completely valid take. Parp, you got anything to add, especially after especially just casting them?
Not quite. Yeah, I mean, the one thing I will say is, after seeing both of these teams play, it's one of those things where it's like, it's 1A, 1B for me. Like, I think both of these teams are, I mean, they've made it here. They're in the grand finals. They've shown that they are the two best teams that this league has to offer, and I'm just pumped. It's absolutely electric in this room right now. I got my team over there. They're getting ready. I guarantee K-State's feeling the same way.
Yeah, that's definitely for sure. But obviously, I think there's a lot of things to take in for this Nebraska Kansas State team. I think Nivex, I'm trying to work something out over here. Do you mind talking about like the first time these teams met up in the regular season, like what we saw there, especially since we were casting it?
That was, oh my goodness, that feels like forever ago. So I might misremember some things, but I remember it being such a huge game, right? Kansas State came out of the off season with a lot of momentum, and not only that, they started sort of solidifying themselves as like the top northern team at the moment, at least, right? They hadn't lost a game yet, but then Nebraska, after that match, really started to pick it up at the end of the season. And then, I mean, now they're number one in the North. Obviously, that came sort of towards the end of the season at week 10. But nonetheless, like, these are two teams that, in this case, Kansas State, a team that has always been there, always been super consistent, showing up. And, never really did we have a doubt that they wouldn't make it to playoffs. I can't say that it's really any different for Nebraska. They also started showing up, but Kansas just had that really dominant beginning of the season, and Nebraska ramped it up at the end. And it's like deja vu in a way to see them now playing in the grand finals, because we sat there, we watched that match go. I think it was a game 5, if I am correct. We watched it go to game 5, and we're just like, okay, hold on. These two are top 3 in the North. These two are going to be in the playoffs, and both of them have a solid chance. And well, now they're in the finals of the playoffs. So I think it was a little bit of a foreshadowing that I guess we didn't see coming.
Yeah, and I think the most interesting storyline about this grand finals is that Kansas State, right? We thought that they were the best team coming in to everything, right? Early weeks, best team, number 1, arguably behind CSUF. Nebraska took that spot, and now they're at the top. But I think it's about to be game time here. I believe Kansas State are prepared. Nebraska have been prepared. And I think before we go, Preds, there's going to be a game here. Reminder, Nebraska, they have to win only 1 series to become the MCC champions. Kansas State, they got to win this first one. There will be a 15-minute break, give or take. They got to win the bracket reset. It's going to be a long and grueling path for them, a long, grueling night. But they've been on the run. They have lost their very first game, upper round 1. And this is the run. This is as far as a run as they can make. They're running the gauntlet. Can they go any further? Park, what are you thinking? Who's winning this?
I mean, look, K-State, absolutely amazing team, but they didn't beat Nebraska in the regular season. Nebraska's been I think they're 12-2 series wise or game wise in the playoffs. They've been a really great team. I don't really see a bracket reset upset for me. I'm really confident in my team. While I do want to say one thing though, K-State is not a team to kind of overlook. They're a team that can really, punch you in the mouth, and it's going to be a war.
Yeah, and Nivex, what about you? Two Northern teams, two we've watched a lot. Who are you taking?
This is such a hard decision. I thought that by the end of this, it was going to be okay, North versus South. Who do I think is going to win, right? But at the end of the day, it's just two Northern teams. And I'm like, oh my goodness, both of them had their flowers throughout all of non-conference, conference, playoffs. Like you can look at these teams and point out amazing things for each of them. But at the end of the day, I do have to pick a team, and I think I'm going to be going with Nebraska. I think it might just be a matter of, I feel like Nebraska's ceiling might just be that little bit higher as compared to Kansas State. And if there's ever going to be something that wins them this series, or maybe the next, depending on how things play out, I'm probably going to bank on it being that.
Wow. I think I'm going to be alone here on the desk. My entire day has been emotion. It's been emotionally run, belief, and delusion. Let me have a bit more delusion. Give me Kansas State. They're going to run the gauntlet. They are going to go the entire way. They're going 0-1, and they're going victory after victory, undefeated after joining the lowers. Kansas State. What does the coin think? One last time for the coin.
What does the coin think? All right, we have Nebraska on the blue side, Kansas State on the orange. I give it a flip, and whatever the top side is, it looks like it's going to be Kansas State for the coin.
It's a split desk over here,
Wow.
and obviously the desk segment coming to an end. It's about to be time for game part. Thank you so much for your on the desk. But Nivex, it's time for me and you. It's one last ride.
One last ride, indeed. That's a brilliant way to say it. We've had so many games. We've had so many ups and downs. Both of these teams, I should say, have had some crazy moments. Nebraska wasn't even sure whether or not they were going to get first seed coming into playoffs, and that could have altered their path completely, all things considered. But then, right in week 10, they sneak in, and Kansas State, I made this mistake a little bit earlier. I won't this time. Got knocked out in uppers round 1, but then have just gone through every single team to make it to here. So this is going to be a match of all time.
Yeah, and I'm gonna read out. I'm going to read out the schedule, the life, the tribulation that Kansas State had to deal. A Game 7 loss to Iowa State in upper round 1. They won in Game 5 against Texas Tech. They won in Game 7 against Clemson, denying a reverse sweep. They won in Game 6 against Washington State earlier today. They beat CSUF in 5. They're against Nebraska, a team that has gone sweep on Washington State. 4-1 against Iowa State. 4-1 against CSUF. There's only one more obstacle in their way for both of these teams. Only one person's going to be the hero. One person's going to have to watch the other lift the trophy. And I mean,
there are
what a way. What a way for a season
so
to
many
go.
things. So many ways that this could have gone. I feel like we're sharing a decent amount of disbelief right now. I think that's a good way to say it. But so many ways that this could have happened. So many teams that had to be defeated in order to get to this stage right now. And I mean, what's a better way to start than getting into this game number 1? We have Nebraska, the number 1 seed out of the north, facing off against the number 2 seed from the north as well in the grand finals. Here we go. Mooney's going to start us off.
Yeah, for that's going to be high. Giro's going to try. It's going to be vertical. Electro has to go up. Gets a 50 there with Island Tech. It's going to be off to the side. Giro's already on. Gets beat out heavily by K-Fish. Zivic's already up. Zivic with the shot. No, it's going to be off the backboard. First person, 2. It's going to be Electro. Shot on net. Saved by Tech, though. In and out. But it's going to be alive. It's going to be at the midfield line, though. And suddenly, They're going to have to chill out here. Jiro gets a touch. But right away, this game is going to start to calm down after a very intensive, very first 30 seconds.
Yeah, and I mean, right off the bat, you can already see Nebraska looking for each other. Even when they have zero boost, even when they feel like they might be a little bit behind the ball, that is something that they've done so well throughout this entire tournament and have done absolutely amazingly throughout all of today. As that will be a shot on net, it's going to bounce down, but Jiro, he's going to be able to catch up to it and get that save. Kansas State is going to survive, but for now, it seems like Nebraska, they're putting on the right amount of pressure to keep the ball where they want it to be.
Yeah, Nebraska in their game against CSUF were just so offensively well-minded, figuring out when to do stuff perfectly. Electro, Zimic, K-Fish, all of them were so well-balanced. But right now, Kansas State, they know the midfield is where it's going to be a lot of this game's going to be fun. It's going to be a battle in the trenches. Right now, Electro gets a beat out. First person there, it's going to be Moon. Gets a demo on K-Fish. Physicality is another big issue for this game. That's going to be a massive thorn for both of these teams. Right now, Jiro, though, gets a big 50. Alien Tech goes up. Can he beat out Electro? Yes, he can. It's going to be a wonderful down. It's going to be a save by Moon. Make sure Moon can't even take a go there as Zimic clears it out.
Zimic, zero boost, but still going for the ball. He's going to try and steal that opponent's corner. That ball, it seems like it might be a little bit open. A few shots taken there, but this Nebraska team holding strong for the moment. Electro, he's going to collect this on the back wall. Try and take it slow. Not the best touch in the world. Jiro is going to put it center. Maybe trying to get the 50 there, just forcing it out to the side as Moon will collect. No 50 to follow that up. Zimic trying to get a 50 of his own. A lot of this control right now is based off of these 50s, and it seems like, at least at the moment, Kansas State is getting the better half of them.
Yeah, Kansas State, a team that wants revenge. This is a Nebraska team that's beaten them before in the regular season, and they haven't had the chance to respond, but you have to do it 2 times here. So, right now, though, Zimic's going to try to break the hearts of Kansas State fans as Electro is going to try to put a shot on. Will not be touched there, but it's not going to be on target. It's okay. It's going to bounce over to the midfield line. Zimic gets a sidewall double, but gets met by Moon early enough. Jiro's on the sidewall, can't read it. And Electro will just hit it up. Alien Technodos there. Sticking around, gets a bit bumped, but he's not out yet. But that touch is going to make time much better here for the Nebraska team as K-Fish gets an additional.
Now, some possibly threatening shots coming through there, although I'm not sure they were too confident in whether or not the Kansas State defense was going to be there as Gyro throws a shot on net. Gyro, apologies. I see that there are plenty of shots being sort of just thrown towards net, not necessarily, you know, on maybe being a threat that needs to be saved, but just something that tests the defense, something that looks at what they're doing and says, hey, you're going to have to deal with this. You're the one who needs to push it out. And both of these teams are doing that, even if it is bouncing off the ceiling, even if it is something that isn't the most directly of a problem. It is still something that these teams have to worry about. Is Zimic going to be able to finish this? No! Jiro stepping in, and Electro is going to throw that on the sidewall, hopefully slowing down a possible counterattack. And it seems like no, he's going to be out! And he's in! A defensive error here from Nebraska is going to lead to the first goal against them.
Yeah, full field double touch. K-Fish doesn't get the touch. Moon's just there. No boost, no issues. A minute remaining. 1-0 Kansas State to open up the series.
And we'll see if any kickoff shenanigans are going to happen here. No, but it will be in the favor of Kansas State. Not able to get any kind of dunk, but with a brilliant follow-up there from Jiro and maybe a look towards net. A chance is going to come through. It's not going to be an immediate result in a goal, but hey, pressure is going to be the name of the game here. Whoever can hold on to the ball the longest and be the cause for the stress that will cause those defensive errors, as we've seen. That's who's going to win, as a one-on-one will happen here, and unable to save it. It seems like Kansas State, they're going to go up 2.
Yeah, that's a very big goal. Any moment, Nebraska has the ability to make a solo play, make a hero play that can just get them a goal. Getting a second goal here, they don't have to worry about that as badly. They know Nebraska's going to be desperate in this final minute. Make something happen. Will this kickoff show anything? No. So it's going to be a big beat, actually, for Nebraska. K-Fish almost scores it, but Moon's able to reach there in time. Jiro gets a touch. Lateral. Alien Techno gets there, too. It's actually going to be a miss from K-Fish. It's a one-on-one again, but touch not favorable. It's a dunk! Techno! It's 3-0 Kansas State.
3-0 Kansas State, and this is not what I expected out of our first game. Granted, both of these teams have had time to play, and obviously, Kansas State just came back from a series win, so they're likely going to be pretty warm coming into this series, but generally these first games are about feeling out the opponents, seeing what's going to happen, and right now it seems like Kansas State already starting to have things figured out.
Yeah, I mean, what was it? K-Fish in the interview earlier today was talking about how their game one's a feeler. That's how they learn what to do against a team, but equally as much, it's the very same thing for K-State here. They try to feel things out, figure out what needs to be right, but they figured something out very early. Final 10 seconds are passing away. This game is Kansas State, and you need 4 games in the next possible 7. You're a quarter of the way there already.
A quarter of the way there, but it is a massive hill to climb as this ball will eventually hit the ground and give us our first win of this grand finals matchup.
Dude, I'm so
Wow.
hyped. Okay.
I am
Okay,
so
I'm
hyped. We have a beautiful showing here from Kansas State, obviously riding a wonderful high from the last series. This is going to be up to Nebraska and how they respond, and whether or not they're going to let Kansas State run away with this, because all things considered, you lose a series and then you have to hop right back into a series you just lost someone to. I feel like in that case, we might see a whole entire tide shift for Kansas State if Nebraska lets this get out of hand.
Yeah, I think one of the big things for Nebraska is there was some opportunities. I remember one, Giro missed on the backboard, and then the shot just skies, hits the crossbar, bounces down and up. That should have been the goal, right? And obviously, it might not have mattered in the end, but if you're missing opportunities like that, you're always going to lose. I mean, the shots were similar. 8 for Kansas State, 7 for Nebraska. It's just you couldn't place them on net. That was the big key here for Nebraska. Kansas State, in the end, they made the most of the opportunities they were given. Obviously, great opening goal there by Moon. The series sets the tone very well, but DFH Stadium, Game 2. Let's see, does Nebraska, do they have a response as we enter here?
Yeah, game number 2. As said prior, this is when Nebraska starts getting a hold of things. This is when they start getting their feet in the turf and they start sprinting. And we saw in that CSUF match that they can turn things around. Obviously, that game a lot closer than this first series, or this first game, I should say, out of Kansas State. But Nebraska, they know how to respond. They're going to get it worked out. So Kansas State, can they hold on? Or is Nebraska going to start off with scoring? No, Zimic,
no.
It's going to go off of the crossbar. But nonetheless, it does seem like Nebraska has pressure.
Yeah, Zimic, though, also got a boost steal there. I don't know who was the one who collected Giro, I believe. But in the end, the clears out. Zimic again. Shots off target. That could have been another goal. K-Fish is just absolutely in the sky. Giro has no issues clearing that one out. But another shot opportunity. That one will not go to waste. All Nebraska pressure in the first minute. Took a couple tries, but third time's a charm.
Yep, it is paying off now. Just a lot of speed put behind that ball. Enough that that defender, he had to practically predict where it was going to be in order to save it. And that's exactly what you want to see. A nice shot from a slightly awkward position, a little bit off to the side on the sideline. That's not what they're going to be expecting, but you want to make sure that you're making this other team uncomfortable. If you can take shots from anywhere, they're never going to trust themselves to be on defense. And that's the kind of reputation you need to start building for yourself.
Yeah, but right now, Moon's gonna take the shot, and it's in! Bottom left. I don't know how it got past the 2 defenders, but what placement by Moon and what power by Moon?
Just an absolutely beautiful find, throwing in that bottom left. The defenders maybe caught off guard a little bit by just maybe how fast that was, or maybe the guts to just take the shot. I was talking about throwing shots out in awkward positions. That's enough to throw off a team. And in this case, I think we saw Kansas State just do the same exact thing back to Nebraska.
Yeah, but there's an open net right now, Moon! Then it's a sudden goal shift. What happened?
I think this was just a slightly
Zimic!
overcommitted Nebraska team, just a little bit antsy to try and get that goal, get themselves back in this game, and well, now they're back behind in this game, which not what you want to see if you are Nebraska.
The kickoff, though, goes to K-Fish, but Jiro makes sure that heavy touch cannot make anything happen. Moon, though, he's the guy that you do not want on this ball. Thankfully, he's not on it, but Electro pays with his life. A high touch up. Moon's actually going to be the guy there. Puts it down to Jiro. He's able to get a 50 there on Electro. Next person there is going to be Moon. It's going to be into the corner. Zimix trying to get a touch. Can't do so. Jiro's going to stick around in the corner. Gets a shot off. It's going to be saved easily. But boost totals are looking kind of awkward here. Electro, though, picks up a fool. He's going to have a chance. Air dribble. Gets bumped. Can't do much. K-Fish can try to put a shot on. It's going to be for Zimix. It's going to be a goal. It's going to be a tie.
In this case, the ball kind of hopping around a lot of players here. K-Fish putting it past that diving Kansas State defender just right on the back wall, and that was exactly what he needed to set up Zimic for this goal-tying scoreline.
Now, though, Moon, he's going to chill out, just take time with the ball. It's the slowest play that we've seen from him, but a heavy reset there. Gets it past Zimic, though, is able to beat a player. Techno's going to have to make his way back. Jiro can't get the save! A simple shot, but it's a goal nevertheless.
Hey, sometimes taking shots from whenever you feel like you can take a shot is exactly what you need. I feel like we've seen a lot of those so far, and Jiro just caught off guard by how fast that was being sent towards his net, and beautiful placement, all things considered, getting some good height. Now, Nebraska back in the lead.
Yeah, right now, though, it's going to be Techno with a 50. Decent there, but Zimic, this is the guy that you got to worry about if you're Kansas State. This guy can make something happen. He's going to try to put it down, but Electro won't be there. Doesn't no contact for Zimic. Moons gets the ball while his teammates doing for a demo. It's going to be a one-on-one here. Zimic can't do much. Techno will get a shot, but it's not powerful enough, and in and out's going to be enough. Jiro, sidewall double maybe. It's not going to be on target. K-Fish will recover, but it's another 50 opportunity here. Electro's just driving around, trying to keep momentum up as it's low. Zimic doesn't have much boost. Electro does get the touch, though. It's going to be another shot opportunity. It's weak. Could have been a goal if it was better placed, but right now it's not the thoughts of Kansas State. They're trying to get this ball center, but there's a double miss. Zimic, just a heavy clear, but it's not on target.
We're going to have to see if maybe Zimic can put this on net. No, it is going to bounce off of the right post. A lot of that Kansas State team was rushing back to get there, but Jiro maybe trying to take a shot of his own. Not quite. Moon, very smart bump there to try and slow down this recovering Nebraska team. I don't know about that second one, but nonetheless, the pressure is being felt, and some of these aggressive plays are starting to come through, or at least starting to make their presence known, which, hey, that's how you try to break up a team. That's how you try to get through to them. Yeah, last game you won, you got 3-0, but this is a different Nebraska team. They said it themselves again, that they take that first game to really sort things out.
Yeah, there was an open net opportunity there. Just felt like the second man did not have enough boost. It's getting low for teams. Zimic, though, will have enough. Can he try for a double? He can, but it's not going to be on target. Jiro was able to beat out Electro. That's huge. Mood, he's going to be the guy. He has the ball. He's going to be up. Can he get something with his touch? Gets a reset? No, he doesn't. Tries to get the bump. Can't quite do it. Techno gets a heavy touch, but it's going to be just an opportunity here. Zimic, shot on. 4th goal for Zimic. 2-goal lead.
I was a little worried about this clear here. It wasn't going directly on net, but nonetheless, Zimic is upfield. A little bit of a turtle shot there. A little cheeky, all things considered. But hey, we're having fun in the playoffs. And right now, Nebraska, it seems like they have found that groove. They have found their footing. And right now, they're taking advantage of the plays that they need to and slowing it down when they have to.
Yeah, but right now it's just been the Zimic show, you know? It's been this one guy popping off, making sure his team's in it. We're gonna have to see how much he can keep this up, because if he's popping off this entire game, I mean, yeah, fair enough. That's the winning answer, but if it's just a one game where he's the hero, that's not something you can be relying on as Nebraska, it feels like.
No, it is not. But all things considered, if your player, your highlight player, is being given that kind of space and you can feed the hot hand, then 100% go for it. If you feel like you can get that set up and you feel like the other team is letting you and allowing you that kind of freedom, then I say why not? A lot of teams have those star players, those sort of offensive minds that do a lot of the work to get those goals, and right now it seems like Zimic is doing just that. As this ball, it looks like he's going to get another one just for the road. It seems like Nebraska, I think they might know what they're doing.
Yeah, and with that, the series is tied 1-all. 3-goal leads for both teams in their respective victories. But It's an interesting one because the way they've won it were two fairly different ways, I want to say. It was a team effort, but a bit of a moon-led effort there on the Kansas State in game 1. This time, I mean, I'm going to just read out a funny little stat. 8 shots on Zimic. The total number of shots on Nebraska, 8 shots. Zimic had every single shot, every single goal. This guy was the entire offense for Nebraska.
That is quite the stat, and I do feel like it is. That is very funny chats coming through, but I feel like it is very important to point out. You mentioned Moon. I feel like that is one player that is very important to look at for this Kansas State team. We obviously have seen Giro do some amazing stuff. He's one of the main reasons that Kansas State is really in this finals or making a run through these lowers at all, and Alien Techno being that solid presence. Moon has been one that, throughout some of this play, we've been a little worried. There have been some major moments of slight errors that have come through from him, but right now, it seems like he's starting to be a little bit more of a highlight player for them, even in some of these losses. So that is a very good sign for Kansas State, even though that last game didn't go well.
Yeah, but Forbidden Temple here, lights are brightest in the grand finals, and he's stepping up. Who else is gonna? Was Zimic in the last game? Will it be anyone new here in game 3? Right now, it's gonna be K-Fish not getting contact on the ball. Electra, though, will do so. Techno will just get a heavy touch out. Giro gets hit. Moon tries to go for a redirect there. There's a redirect from his teammate in the last series. Let's just say that was on the wrong colored net, but it was a very cool one. But right now, they're trying to starve off this offense that's against them right now, but a big demo against Zimic. I mean, yeah, sure, that's one way to deal with the hot hands player. Just take them out of the entire lobby.
Yeah, and I think this is something you slightly alluded to before this match started, that aggression is going to play a very big role throughout this entire series. And I feel like it's somewhat had a slight undertone in these games so far, but hasn't really been capitalized on. These two teams, we see them passing to each other. We see that they trust each other and know where each other are at all times, but you get a little bit of aggression, you get some demos coming through, and that's going to shake things up. So is it going to be a sense of which team sort of starts picking up on that, or is it going to be we're going to try this and it's not going to work? Because right now, in this case, Kansas State, they've got to shake things up. That's what happened last series. Nebraska figured things out. Now Kansas State has to.
Yeah, but right now it just feels like the pace set here by Nebraska is just overwhelming them at the moment. K-Fish is going to try to go for his own double tap. Giro gets a good heavy clear, but with that heavy clear means there's not space for his teammates. It's just the other team can do what they want to do. Alien Techno is going to opt for another heavy touch. Electra, though, it's going to be the guy there. Who's next? It's going to be Giro. Has to put the save off to the corner. Tries to go for a sidewall double. Does do so, but K-Fish is ready for it. There's a demo, though, on Giro. Now, it's going to be awkward for Moon, who can't get the contact.
It is.
1 goal lead for Nebraska, and it's starting to feel like that they're getting their claws into this game and into the series.
It does seem like they do in that case, just beating out that last defender. And I mean, they didn't even have a third man. Giro was just spawning back in. Again, some undertones of that aggression are starting to show through. I don't think any team has really taken full advantage of it. But nonetheless, Nebraska, they are starting to get their hold on Kansas State, as it seems like right now, even with 0 boost, they're starting to get some good pressure.
Yeah, the issue for Kansas State has been the 0 boost, right? They have been so low. There's another miss. Is that just a goal? Yes, it is. And I mean, it's just been disaster in this game. I mean, when was the last time we've seen a proper Kansas State offense in this game? Because I don't know if we've seen one. They've had 0 shots. They've had minimal pressure. It's been all Nebraska.
It has been all Nebraska, but even with some immaculate passing coming through, I don't think Kansas State is really going to be figuring it out. Sometimes kickoffs are your opportunity to get that nice little mental reset, even after a few goals going in. But all things considered, it seems like Nebraska just right off rip are saying, hey, we're going to be throwing that ball in net, and you have to be ready, even if you feel like you're out of position, or even if you feel like you're on the back foot. We're not going to take it easy. We just beat a CSUF team. And, I mean, you might have done the same, but all things considered, maybe this might be a match of who beat CSUF better, and maybe that'll be the team that did it, because truthfully, in my eyes, I think Nebraska might have done it better.
Yeah, I think they definitely have. And right now, it's feeling like more and more Nebraska's just getting into the rhythm harder and harder. It's like game one was just them just not playing in the second. They had an hour where they just didn't do much. Now that they're in it, they try. But Moon, he gets a goal, and it's still 2 minutes and 20 seconds. That is 140 seconds, nearly 150 seconds of game time.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it's possible, but you know.
In this case, I mean, it's possible. I do think in this case it is possible. Still half a game to go. And in this instance, at least, it was capitalizing off of a defensive mistake. Not exactly what you really want to see out of this Kansas State offense. We know that they are very careful and capable of making some good offensive plays. Maybe capitalizing on mistakes isn't the best formula for getting a consistent amount of goals, but nonetheless, it is something to help them try and get back into this game, or at least a nod to help them get back into this series.
Yeah, well, I think at this point, this game also is kind of being viewed by Kansas State as just recovery, right? Like, you're trying to get in the flow, you're trying to figure out what's trying to work for you, right? This is the actual Nebraska. Game 1 Nebraska was just a warm-up. This is the real one. This is the one that you're going to actually have to be playing all the time. And right now, I think, after those first 3 minutes, but after those first 3 minutes, I think they've slowly figured things out. They're figuring out their third man can't be as aggressive. They're figuring out that their second man's got to be a bit more proactive at times. And in the end, it's led to them getting a defensive mistake because they finally figured out that they can get offense. And it's led to them not being as Anyways, what was I saying? Zimic, I'm sorry for anything bad I've said about you, because you just own this series right now.
You know, he's back up to being the lead goal scorer and does have the most shots on Nebraska's entire team. In fact, actually having more shots than both of his teammates combined. But nonetheless, in this case, again, feed the hot hand. If you have someone you know is doing super well, let them just keep doing well, because that will lead to more goals. And so far for Nebraska, it seems like it is doing just that.
Yeah, right now it is all but over 4 goals in less than a minute is not really a feasible target. Just get your extra goals. Just make the game look better than it is. Maybe a 5-2, 3 goals. It's just another game too. But right now, I think if you're Kansas State, if you are, I believe their coach, my Sanders lost, I want to say, you got to be having conversations about what do you got to change? What's new in your playstyle that's got to be updated? I mean, right now, dicking around on the offense, just trying to make it probably an amped up midfield, right? That was one of the things that they said they were not strong at in the Washington State game interview. They talk about how their midfield is probably their weakest point. All right. I believe we are back. Hello, everyone. Thank you for that. We've had technical issues, but, life of esports. But as we were, Nebraska versus Kansas State, we are here into game number 4. A big moment here, as a loss for Kansas State means they will be on match point against Nebraska. Will be on match point against them, but a victory means an all tied up series. Right now, it's going to be Moon getting the ball. Zimic has no boost. Neither does Giro. He's actually going to get a boost steal, though. But now, K-Fish, good touch. It's going to be centered. Who's next? It's going to be, actually.
It will be Giro. He's going to go for a pinch off of the ceiling here. Alien Techno going to follow it up quickly. Maybe he can get another touch here. He does. It's going to hop to the ground. Moon maybe trying to look centered. Not quite going to go to the person that he'd want it to, but an early up Electro will get that center. Zimic's going to be up, but Alien Techno right off the bat making sure that their star scorer right now does not get any space.
Yeah, right now, who's going to be next to the ball? Giro's going to hit it hard out. Zimic's actually going to be on it. This guy's been so positionally well-rounded. It's going to be Giro, though, trying to put a shot on. It's going to be a demo, actually. That's huge. Electro minimal boost. Gets the mid boost taken from him. So it's going to be starved while on the play. Gets a touch, though, and will be collecting that left boost. So all well ends well, but he's again on the ball. But right now, it feels like it's kind of been a midfield battle. That shot won't be in. Jiro is also going to get a touch. It's going to center down to a teammate. She's going to try to put it left. Won't be in thanks to Zimic, who gets full pads. And Zimic's been the guy that you got to be terrified about if you're Kansas State.
That is absolutely true. I mean, this entire Nebraska team has been absolutely feeding off of what he can do, and this Kansas State team, they're a little awkward right now. Electro going to jump in on two of them that were kind of behind the ball, sort of figuring things out, but Moon, nonetheless, he's going to maybe pinch it off of this midfield ground and hopefully get towards the other side, which it'll stay on for the moment, but Zimic with a fake, Zimic with a flick. He can't quite get a demo on the last, but this is putting a massive amount of pressure on this Kansas State team as they get some awkward clears. K-Fish, he's going to look on net. It will be saved for the moment. Electro putting it center. Zimic not going to meet the touch quite there, but again, Nebraska, all of this pressure.
Yeah, and it just feels like Kansas State has never really figured out how to actually clear this ball since game one. It's been just them taking 50 after 50, and maybe they get something, but no, it's just going to be Electro again. Jiro, you got to get this ball out fast. He's trying. He's finally done so, and it's the first opportunities Kansas State get this ball up, but instantaneously. They have the midfield, but it's two people at the midfield, so it just means that space is being given up to Nebraska, who, again, are just able to deal with this relatively easily.
Yeah, well, and I'd like to point out that right now, it doesn't look like Kansas State really has that much boost. They just collected some, but when they had that moment to get, as a redirect comes through from Zimic, we'll see if he's able to follow it up. Yes, he is! I'm going to completely ignore whatever thought that I was talking about. He gets the redirect past one and turns around fast enough because Alien Techno going for boost there to maybe recover, getting a touch, but not quite fast enough. And Nebraska, they have the lead again.
Yeah, and again, it's just Kansas State. They just feel outclassed at the moment. They haven't figured it out, but Jiro's going to try to put a shot on. No, Electro staves it. But again, what I'm saying is, where's the second man? They are together. That third and second man. I know we call this team a Hydra, but we don't mean you literally share the same body. But at the moment, it's Techno's going to try to put a shot on. There it goes, finally. They've tied it up, and they tied it up with time to go. 100 seconds, give or take.
And all things considered, it was because of a little aggression. This is something that you guys, unfortunately, weren't able to be there for our conversation as the stream was down, but we were talking, what does this Kansas State team need to do? And we said they need to cut off Zimic. He's been their guy so far, and they need to start being a little bit more aggressive, whether that's being to balls faster or maybe getting a bump here and there. Just have that first guy, after he makes his play, do something to disrupt the other team. And in that case, that's exactly what happened, and that is exactly what worked to get them tied up and back into this game.
Yep, right now, though, the boost totals has been a major issue for this team. Techno and Jiro have something, but Moon, the guy on the ball, didn't. Thankfully, though, that mid boost will spawn. I don't know who's going to be the collector of it. Looks like it was a Kansas State player, but a demo, though, response bomb from Nebraska. And still sits here in the midfield. It's going to be a pass to Moon shot.
Ooh.
Not going to be on target, though. The creativity is looking good. Who's going to be first? It's going to be K-Fish. The second man feels like it goes with the third. It doesn't feel right. But right now, there's a minute left. It's okay if you're Kansas State. You've actually got like sustained pressure for the first time in what feels like a full game or two.
Yeah, well, and that must be such a relieving feeling right now to feel like, okay, do you know what? We're starting to get our groove back. It seemed like Nebraska started to get a hold of the reins and just didn't let go, as a 50 does come through in the midfield here. Some awkward Nebraska players are going to lead to an open net for Alien Techno. And ever since game one, Kansas State, they're now up.
Yeah, I think K-Fish thought Electro was just going to have a hard clear out, which wouldn't have been a bad play. Neither is K-Fish hitting the ball. The worst play there is just neither of you doing anything. And Techno saw it. Techno took it. 35 seconds left. Kansas State got a lead. Zimic, though, is going to stop there being a second goal. It's going to have to be a worry here, but that block from Jiro is going to be well done. Techno is going to just take control of the ball. Just a one-on-one, get a good flick. It's going to be met up by Jiro quick, but Zimic gets an even better touch. And suddenly, there's a worry here, but Moon, another heavy touch. Time is being burnt. It's 15 seconds remaining. There's a demo there on Electro. It's going to be K-Fish trying to take this ball. A scoop. Zimic, a counter demo. But right now, that ball is just sitting at the midfield. But Zimic's the worst guy to get it. Moon gets a little piece of it. Techno is able to grab it, but Jiro's going to be up. Dodges the demo. Huge. And that ball is just going to die out. It's 2-all. Important game for Kansas State. And they're able to grab it.
They're able to grab it indeed. We started seeing signs of life again. This is the Kansas State that we saw in that first game when Nebraska sort of was still testing the waters. I mean, right now, technically, they are underwater, but that's besides the point because right now, Kansas State, they're the ones who might have momentum going into this next game. It's a back and forth battle right now. Kansas State, we're ahead right off the bat. Nebraska responded, held on for a little bit, but then again, Kansas State said, listen, we can make some adjustments. We can make some changes too. We're going to take this game, and we have a tied series.
Yeah, but I think the big thing is, you're talking about the momentum. I don't think the momentum is as big as you're making it out to be. I think it's been so back and forth. It's been so scrappy of games that I think it's so difficult to actually have a proper momentum in this series, right? It's momentum in the terms of minutes. I don't think it's momentum in terms of games. And I think when we get to this next one, Nebraska's not going to remember that they lost. Kansas State is just going to be probably fighting for their dear life as Zimic is trying to do something. Is the server down? I think the server's down. All right. So currently, Rocket League's having their little moment of we need to make a new server. So you'd love to see it. But I think, as I was saying, I think it's going to be a scrappy game. This game's have been scrappy. Nebraska's victories have been very one-sided, right? I mean, all the games have been one-sided except the very recent one. But I think what we saw in this recent one, I think is what we should be expecting. It's this very close. It's where a mistake is probably going to be the decision maker. And I mean, that's what happened in this one. I think that's what we're going to see here in Game 5, a game that's so important for Kansas State. You get a victory here, pressure's on Nebraska, because don't forget, Kansas State, they get 2 more wins. They wait 50 minutes, they're playing another series. But right now, all thoughts for Kansas State, all thoughts for Kansas State is just winning this game.
Yeah, in that case, I'm just completely agreeing with you. It must be a wait at least for Kansas State right now to sit there and say, "Oh my goodness, even if we win this game, we've got to go ahead and run it back." That is not the best look in the world for them, or at least not the best future. But we might have a quick 2-on-1 here. That is going to be placed in the bottom left. A great look there from Moon to send it off to Jiro, and beautiful placement in the bottom left.
One of the things we were talking about while the stream was coming back on was how we want to see a bit more passing. And I mean, right there, Jiro has the open bottom left corner, slotted from the pass from Moon, and suddenly, Kansas State, they open up the scoring. And if they're going to bring out plays like that, Nebraska's got a no thing in the word Moon! Almost gets the reset fake wave dash goal, but K-Fish has to chill there with the ball, but Lecture now is going to try to do something. Techno gets a 50. Now Zimic's turn on the ball, but he whiffs! K-Fish now is going to try to put it back into the corner. Zimic, centered. Jiro's going to be there to block. Next person up is going to be Techno. Boost is so low for everyone on the field, weirdly enough. It's going to be Techno chill now. He's just playing the ball low. 50's not favorable, but it goes to a teammate who has boost. But Zimic also has boost, but it's going to go center. Next person up, Jiro, just 50's K-Fish, and Nebraska is just here with the ball.
Here with the ball, and Zimic was the one with the ball, which, after a little bit of a 50, going straight towards the center of the field, it looks like Electro almost essentially a walk-in there with how well he's been playing so far in this tournament. We're back to a tied game.
Yeah, I don't love that touch from the Kansas State player there. I think it was just always going to be a risky one. Honestly, just let it roll around and you can play with it. But instead, now they're going for a bomb. Boom! He shot over there! Okay, they were aggressive. Their third man came up, and it's a minute, and they got the response quick enough. And I mean, I love that. Jiro, hyper-focused there. And then you got Moon there on the ball. Doesn't score it, but in the end, you got Techno there. They went all in the play. They saw the opportunity. They found it. They're up one again.
Yeah, well, and that's what it's going to take to beat this Nebraska team. It is not going to be a case of, okay, you know what, we send 2 people up, maybe they get a good passing play, that'll go in. No, you are going to have to involve every single player in order to get this ball in the back of their net, and that's exactly what Kansas State did right there at the most beautiful time, at a point that, you know what, if the play didn't go through, then you guys can still rotate back and everyone's fine. It is going to be about finding those moments that will really help define whether or not they can get themselves into this series, because right now they're setting themselves up for it.
Yeah, right now, though, it's going to be K-Fish trying to put something. He's going to be down to Zimic, who doesn't have a teammate there with boost. It's going to be Jiro now. It's a one-on-one opportunity, but the heavy touch is going to give Electro a free pass there and gets over one. Jira, though, still full boost, no issues. Sees a teammate infield, but the infield's going to be too heavy. It's actually going to be Zimic's ball to play with, but a good 50. It's going to be centered, and Techno has a second there, but well met by Electro, and just all sprouting off of that slightly heavy pass, but things have finally restabilized.
To finally restabilize, but it looks like Zimic's gonna get possession, and we all know what happens when he has the ball. He's almost automatic with it. An awkward touch from the defender there, and I mean, you give it to him, he's putting it in the back of the net.
Yeah, but that's twice now. Both goals were Kansas State. They've had an awkward touch, and it's led instantly into a goal. It's been genuinely seconds later, and there's something on it. Right now, though, their worry is Zimic is trying to make something happen. K-Fish now, though, is trying to do something. Electro's there with the ball, trying to put it down, but will be met by Jiro. No boost, though. Make things awkward. There's also the mid-boost taken by Zimic. Gets good 50. Techno, no boost, no problem. Gets also his own good 50, but right now, it's just low boost other than Moon for this Kansas State side. This heavy 50 is going to go all the way to Moon, speaking of, who's just chilling out, trying to buy time for teammates who have picked up boost. And right now, trying to set a defense play up, but unsuccessful as, again, they're just letting this ball get away from them. And every time they do, yeah, Techno, it's a hit, but the hit to who?
Yeah, just, again, this defense that is not really coming through. You can also sit there and say that Moon might have gone a little deep in the net when he was trying to rotate and get himself set up. But in that case, just finding where that last defender isn't, and maybe you could also point out that clear not really going to anyone, as you said, not really going anywhere that would be helpful. And that just allows Nebraska to do what they want, whether it is just simply take a shot or maybe start developing a play. And it's worked for them so far. Even though they still have their own moments of pressure, they're probably pretty happy to sit there and take advantage of mistakes.
Yeah, but right now, it's all Kansas State mistakes that are the reason they're getting goals, right? This game has not been a Zimic hero show. It's been, oh, Kansas State, you've made a bad play, and Nebraska is capitalizing on it. This was something that you can fix it, but you're going to be going into a Game 6 if you lose, that you'll be on match point. Again, Jiro, where's that touch to? It's to Zimic. That's not what you want. I don't know if it's a mess up with the players, just you feel like you need to get that ball out, but you're doing stuff like that. I mean, it's free reign for a team like Kansas State, for Nebraska, who almost had a shot there, but gets saved off. Jiro's trying to clear this out. We'll stick around, but Zimic will be the first one to it. Moon, we'll get a touch. We'll stick around. We'll get an extra touch, but it's going to just be over to K-Fish, and I'm just not a fan of what Kansas State has been doing.
No, I think the nerves are setting in. I'm going to be 100% honest
100%.
with you. It's one thing to sort of go into a series and say, okay, guys, we're going to play the best we can, and we're going to see what happens. But once the realization of, oh my goodness, we have to go through this entire series, and then if we win the series, we still have to go through another. That is it. The idea of such a tall task and the ramifications of it is something that can really get to players' heads. And I feel like right now it is making this Kansas State team nervous. It is making them sit there and make awkward touches on the backboard, go for 50s on the sideline that maybe they shouldn't, or get clears that aren't as comfortable. It is allowing these small mistakes to go through. Although I say that the man for Kansas State that earlier on in this tournament was the reason they were really in it might be showing a little bit of a sign of life. If not for now, maybe looking towards the next game.
Yeah, the kickoffs have been strong here for Kansas State. They've been getting constant possession. Let's see if something happens here. This one's going to be very neutral. It's actually being a K-Fish win. Next person up is going to be Zimic.
Oh my god!
My god! Okay, I think it hit something, so it wasn't
Yeah,
that
I think it hit crossbar. But what an absolute pinch.
140 kph post cross. Yeah,
bar down. Okay.
Yeah, okay, well, I think this game suddenly has just gone over, but yeah, but as we were saying, I think something we haven't mentioned is they have played 2 games already. This is their third game.
Goodness.
Yeah, I'm not going to mention it. This is their 3rd game of the day. They are feeling burnout at this point, right? They probably warmed up for their Washington State game. Then they played their Washington State game. That was a game 6. Then they waited. Then they played their CSUF game. And then they came to here. And 6-3, yeah, congrats Nebraska. That's your 3rd win. That's your 3rd game where you go by 3 goals again. But as we were saying, a case of where it just feels like the burnout is starting to sink in, right? It's been hours upon hours upon hours of playtime here for Kansas State. Nebraska, they won their upper finals. They just got to chill. They've just been having a great time. But, here we go, near Tokyo.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's good to play games back to back just because you get to stay in the movement, stay in the vibe of things. But sometimes having a break is nice. And all things considered, we've had a decent amount of breaks, both technically and in the sense of spacing things out. These Kansas State players have had to move locations since their last game. So there have been some good breaks all around, but Nebraska, they sat there, they got a confident win, and then they got to say, hey, we get to relax. We get to sit there and know we have that extra life. We can play confidently. If they take a game or two, we still know we're in this. And I think that's the Nebraska we're seeing.
Yeah, I think it is Nebraska we're seeing 100%. I also want to mention, just a little thing for everyone out there. We're on the East Coast. It's 12 a.m. for us. We are still going. If we get a bracket resets, we are not going to be done till 1 a.m.
I have classes tomorrow, but I'm not going to. It's fine.
I have an
I'll
exam
be
at
tired
8
for
a.m.
them. Yeah, I'll be tired for them. This is more important.
Yeah, I mean, I want to be here for a Meridian Collegiate Conference, but Game 6, tournament point, Nebraska's has the chance to take it home. Kickoff goes underway, but Kansas State, are you going to take us to Champions Field? Or is Nebraska going to be the Meridian Collegiate Conference Championship of the spring 2026 season? As we go underway.
This is the inaugural season. This is the first season. We are possibly one game away from crowning our first ever champion. That is the kind of weight that is sitting on the shoulders of all of these players as a shot will be rung out here from Alien Techno. Not going to make it towards the back of the net off a save from Zimic, but it does show that Kansas State still has some kind of pressure. They're taking shots. Whether or not they're the strongest, I feel like might be up to debate. But nonetheless, we are seeing at least some moments of them testing this Nebraska defense. And a beautiful demo there from Alien Techno. Keep this game 0-0.
Yeah, but the boost is getting awkward here for Techno. He's going to try to put it over to Giro. Remember, the passing is what got them their initial goal. There's going to be a big demo. This shot wasn't good, but it's in the net. And like the prior games, they've opened up the scoring. It's going to become a question now of, are they going to be able to keep a lead, or is it going to become Nebraska settle back in and they make something? But a minute to go, and extreme physicality is working out for them.
Yeah, and it's all about that first man. It is truly all about what that first man does. They can look and get a bump, just like we saw Moon do there. They can sit there and make sure that this Nebraska team doesn't have time to develop themselves. Whether it be seeing Zimic make a solo play just like that in the midfield, you can't let him get that kind of possession. You can't let him get that kind of momentum. Gets the flip reset off the ball. Wave dashes on the ground for a little bit more momentum and just places it top right.
Yeah, Moon, he decided to challenge you. I'm not a big fan of that. You already had your teammate go up. You need to play net. You're the last man back, and he doesn't, and he's just got instantly punished for it, and suddenly that goal that you guys made has just been wiped away. But right now, Giro's going to be on the ball. He's going to try to put it in the middle. It's going to be to Electro. Moon, he's going to be sidewall. K-Fish is already up, uses plenty of boost to get to that, but fails. It's going to be Zimic now. Takes a 50. We'll go to Techno. It's the next ball. We'll get a boost. It's going to be a goal. No. It's off target. There's no one there. Giro. Shot. It's going to be center. It's going to be Moonstern. Saved by Electro. Next person up. It's going to be Techno. Big bump there by teammate to make sure this is open. There's bumps everywhere. Giro scores. The physicality again.
Physicality is going to be the exact thing. I mean, we were talking about this. We gave a little bit of a loose mention of it. Physicality is going to be what Kansas State needs here. They need to make sure they're disrupting this Nebraska defense because it's what's helping them score all of these goals. It's what's helped them score these 2 goals. They need to be a disruption. They need to make sure that this Nebraska team is not comfortable so that they can set stuff up. As that was a wild redirect, but Electro, he has the ball. He's looking for Zimic, who might kind of already be up, but nonetheless is in the midfield, trying to go for a 50 there. K-Fish, he's going to jump on the opportunity. Alien Techno, soft clear out to the side. Electro will jump on the opportunity, but nonetheless, this Kansas State team, they are at least holding on for now.
Yeah, Giro shoots a touch. It's going to be over to the corner thanks to K-Fish. There's going to be a double commit there by Nebraska, but they figure things out. But Techno has time due to that. We'll get a 50 on Zimic. Next person up is going to be Moon. Gets 50 by K-Fish. It's going to be Giro now. This guy has been much better early in the tournament, but he's still been making his mark. Right now, though, Techno's going to try to put a shot on Zimic. Gets the save. Moon going to take his time here. Just lets his teammate rotate back first. And right now, it's just a slow down once more. 2 minutes remaining. It's going to be a one-on-one. Giro, big touch out. It's going to be Zimic is going to chill out. It's going to take a moment. Has to dodge the demo, though, and still has the ball. So not too bad. Fakes one out with the musty. High flick over to the other. It's going to be Giro meeting in the sky. It's going to be way too high. There's going to be no shot attempt yet, though Techno has to make a save on another one. Does so successfully. He's going to be up again. Beats two, actually. That extra has to get way back and gets a touch. Moon will be out of position for it. It will actually make Giro all alone. Zimic is going to try to do a double. It's going to be Techno who's made his time back. And there's a big demo on the third man there. K-Fish, though, is also going to be there. And, again, Kansas State, the defense has been much more proactive. They're letting their one person go upfield and make sure that person who would be in the midfield not do much, though. I say that right now. Zimic, of course it's Zimic trying to put a shot on, and there's going to be a miss. Electro also misses. A big chance that just goes away.
Yeah, I would like to jump back to what you said about them being a little bit more proactive on defense. I think it is a little bit about that midfield presence. They're making sure that these plays can't develop, although
Okay.
something just happened, but, you know, when one whiff comes through, I feel like a lot follow. It's a sort of contagious thing, and oh my goodness, that almost just went in. If you already feel like you're behind on a team that seems to have your number, then a little bit of misfortune that doesn't really help out in your case. But nonetheless, they still have some pressure, and this entire Nebraska team was sitting in net waiting for a shot there.
Yeah, Giro, he opts to slow the play down, tries to get a pinch. Will do so, but K-Fish will block it. Techno beats one. K-Fish is going to try to put the shot center. Who's going to beat our Moon? He's not there! Giro has to make a diving save. Zimic now is going to try to play shots. It's going to go high. Who's next? It's going to be Giro again. Puts it out. Next person is actually going to be K-Fish. Has to go to the corner. 30 seconds remain. This is just Kansas State playing for their life. It's going to be Zimic. Shot! Save! Goal!
Beautiful follow-up here. It was almost an inevitability. Nebraska starting to get a ton of pressure, and hey, give the rock to your main goal scorer so far, and he will put it in the net. We have a tied game with 30 seconds left. We'll see if anything else happens in regulation as this does bounce off the backboard. It's going to be a bounce shot and in! Moon, maybe not the touch he wanted, but still something that will give them the goal to give them the lead with these last 17 seconds left.
Moon was having a quiet series, 78 points before that goal. But he makes the crucial goal when it matters most. The response, sub 20 seconds. Once again, Kansas State, can you hold on for 20 seconds and send us to Champions Field to send you to a chance for a bracket reset? It's not even over yet. Techno beats two. It's going to be a shot there by Electro. No, Giro gets a hit. It's going to be off the corner. It's going to be a shot. It's off. There's a touch.
He saved his teammate's shot. That was the goals. That was the goal. That was the tie goal. That was going to be what they needed to send it into overtime. And I think, was that Electro who was in front of it? Stops it, and we're going to Champions Field.
Oh my god. Okay. There is, okay. I need to regroup my thoughts.
I mean, listen,
Okay.
while you're regrouping, I'll go ahead and say Kansas State definitely at least taking the initiative in this game. They were the ones that scored, and it was up to Nebraska to respond. That is a very good sign. Some of their aggressive plays were coming through and giving them the results that they needed. Granted, Nebraska, obviously they're responding to everything that Kansas State is doing right now. That last one was a response, but when your own teammate gets in the way, you might have to chalk that up to a little bit of something else. But nonetheless, we're seeing signs of life.
Yeah, but I mean, right now, anything that's happened in these last 6 games, throw it out the window. Game 7, Champions Field. Tournament point still for Nebraska, but Kansas State could pull out the upset. If they do so, we're going to a bracket reset. right now, J-Ro, he's going to have the ball. He's going to try to take it out. Gets a heavy touch. It's going to be Electro who's going to meet it. Goes down low. Moon puts it over to the sidewall. It's going to be met by K-Fish. No, the pinch, yeah, it gets met. Techno now misses the ball. It's going to be Zimic's turn. Jiro, big save. And already Nebraska are picking up where they left off in Game 6.
Picking up where they left off as this Kansas State team tries to reorganize themselves. Doesn't really do it in the most proactive way, I guess would be a nice way to say it, as that shot does go on net, but Moon doing a nice quick side flip there to relieve any pressure as this gets sent all the way down to the other side. 2 players going. I think one of them was just stealing boost though, and Jiro, he's going to have to possess this in the midfield, just try and stay behind it for a 50, although this Nebraska State team all waiting to try and see, oh, who's the better 50, and that slow play might have just given him some of the room he needed to breathe, as Kansas State will recollect, or at least in this case, clear the ball.
Yeah, but a big 50 there by Techno. Gets actually a boost deal as well. It's going to be big, but Electro just gets a heavy touch out. It's going to be time bought. Zimic's going to be there. Zimic has still been great. He hasn't been as absolutely dominant where he's just doing everything perfectly, but he's still playing decent. Very good, you could say. But right now, it's going to be Jiro who's slowing this ball down. It's going to be actually hit by a K-Fish, and it's going to be a double bump. And that ball is going to get cleared out and met by Zimic, but it's going to get met by Moon. And right now, Kansas State are making their presence known. It's not the Zimic show. It's Zimic has to actually dodge everyone before he can make his own show.
Yeah, and again, that's calling back to this aggression, as this ball will be popped up to the center, and a little bit of aggression coming out from Nebraska there. I think I saw some cheeky bumps coming through. Hey, if the other team's being aggressive, might as well try and do the same thing as K-Fish. He's going to maybe get the dunk here that is going to be sent straight down, but Jiro right on it, and Zimic, he's going to have to push this off to the side to try and repossess.
Yeah, but that touch is going to go very high. It's going to be at the Electro collecting. Techno puts it down to a teammate back pass, but opts for possession over upfield space, which is pretty good play. Jiro, though, is going to try to do a redirect. No, it's going to be cut off by Zimic. No boost, gets a good clear out, though. Who's going to be first to? It's going to be Jiro, who beats out K-Fish. He's going to stick around, tries to put the shot on target. It's not going to be in, but Techno, no, gets saved by K-Fish. Electro, no boost, is just going to take his time. Moon challenges that. K-Fish gets boost. Zimic is now on the ball. It's going to be on the left wall as Jiro puts a hard across. It's going to be Techno. He's opting to think about it, but leaves it for a teammate. Teammate takes a shot. Halfway through the game. 1-0 Kansas State.
That's in. There was a demo on the back line. I think it was Jiro getting it on Electro. I don't know if he would have been able to save the shot given a little bit of the chaos that was happening, but nonetheless, making the net open and making it available for the shot to come through. Moon just had to place it on net, and Kansas State, again, they are up, but we have seen from Nebraska, they know how to respond. Are they going to respond when this is Champions Field? This is the determinant on whether or not we're going to be seeing another series. So are the nerves going to be a little bit higher? We still have 2 minutes to figure it out.
Yeah, right now, though, this ball is on the Nebraska side. They are the one playing with the pressure. They're the ones who had to deal with everything that Kansas State sent to them. Zimic, though, will clear this out. Will still successfully clear it out, but it's going to just roll across. It's completely fine for Kansas State. And Electro, no boost, is trying to make his way through. Skirts past one, but can't get past the other. Jiro leaves it for Moon. He gets a heavy touch out. I'm going to see Electro grabbing it, but no, it's actually going to be Zimic, and the 50 goes very favorably for Kansas State. It's going to be Jiro on it quick. Gets us hit the corner, tries to go for a shot. Won't be on target. Zimic has to get there, make sure Moon can't do the touch that he likes. Techno at the third man. He's going to get a good catch. Sees a teammate, gets a pass one. Zimic, it's going to 50. It's going to go to Techno, though, so he's going to cut it off. Boost grabs, also Techno's shot. It's going to be saved. And again, the pressure is so on, but the big demo there is going to relieve pressure. Is that going to be a shot that's in? No, it's going to be off.
That was an opportunity, as this will bounce off the crossbar. I think Zimic has a free shot. Yes, he does. This man continues to do it. In this case, it looked like Electro getting the wise touch off of the backboard here to make a bunch of awkward Kansas State defenders. And all Zimic had to do was place that high and middle. No one could catch up to it.
1 minute remaining. 1-all. Game 7. Nebraska State win their Collegiate Conference champions. A victory here, though, for Kansas State, and we're going again. Right now, though, Kansas State is playing with the time, trying to make sure they don't get scored on heroes. It's awkward. You have 50 here by Giro. It's awkward, though. A miss. Moon's able to put it high, but who's going to be first? It's going to be Electro. Shot. It's not on target. Giro will be clearing it out well. Moon, he's going to just be on a foot race. He's going to have to try to get the boost. Gets a bump, though, into on Zimic. Can't do what he wants. Has gotten past Giro. Reset. Can he do anything? Gets it past Techno. Suddenly, it's Moon. He's playing all alone. He's playing against the 2v1, but a good touch there, and he's able to buy his team time. 20 seconds remaining, and it's feeling so awkward for Kansas State.
Yeah, Nebraska, they're starting to get a little bit of a chokehold here, and they're trying to hold on to it. Although with that 50, Alien, he's going to try and get a touch up to maybe continue this to a teammate. It's not going to make it. Zimic able to get the touch there, and wait, this might be an open net. One flick through! With 0 seconds left, an overextended Kansas State team and one awkward defender in the back is enough for one flick over and one touch in. Nebraska is your MCC Season 1 Grand Champions.
What a series. What a playoffs. What a season of MCC could we have asked for in the inaugural season. Congratulations, Nebraska. You've done it. The lights were brightest and you've taken home the victory in Game 7. I mean, what a series.
What a series. Going to Game 7, the threat of a bracket reset was looming, and Nebraska, they were the ones that really had to stick it through here. It seemed like Kansas State, after those first games, Nebraska had it, but Kansas State started figuring it out. They started knowing how to work around. The aggression started coming out, and in the end, it was Nebraska that held on and just at the very last second said, nope, we are taking this home.
I mean, before we keep on talking about Nebraska, I want to give congratulations to Kansas State. This is a team, reminder, they went from the upper round 1, a Game 7 loss to Iowa State, and they made the run all the way. And they made the grand finals. They could have had a bracket reset, and they lose on a 0-second goal. But I mean, what a series! But I think let's talk to one of the players. Let's hear from Nebraska on their victory of the entire playoffs. Let's hear from Zimic, the Finals MVP. I think we can all say.
I think it's very fair to say we have our playoff MVP right here.
Yeah, hello, Zimic.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
I mean,
Doing good.
I mean, doing amazing. I mean, what a series.
I know.
From
that
you.
was intense. That was intense.
Yeah, first off, congratulations. Meridian Collegiate Conference inaugural champions. How's that feel, right?
Feels awesome. Honestly, we were so loud when that last goal happened. Man. That was insane.
Absolutely love that. Absolutely love to hear that. I think there were some moments that I could hear it somewhat sneaking through Parth's mic, and truthfully, that kind of just amped it up a little bit. I don't know if the stream picked it up, but just amazing. I could feel the energy in the entire match. But we'll go ahead. We'll start kind of talking about that. This obviously went to Game 7, and Kansas State, they started off strong, and then after you guys got your first 2 games, they started having their moments of fighting back. How was it like sort of adapting to that, or maybe making some small tweaks to get used to what they were sort of now bringing to the table?
They just played really good, honestly. Everything that we were throwing at them, they just had to fight back for it, and they played really, really well, trading us game for game. So this kind of took a lot of resilience from the team and a lot of talks during each break of the match. But they played great, and honestly, it's really nice to come out on top.
Yeah, and I'm going to bring something back. Obviously, you guys played CSUF earlier, and one of the big things about them was they were undefeated the entire way. But I think something that's gone unrecognized is you joined a bit later, and ever since you're joining, Nebraska hasn't lost a series. What's that feel like? You know, because you're technically undefeated still. No?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, but me joining isn't the reason that we went undefeated. I got some amazing teammates that kind of carry me through the way when I'm down, and so yeah, no, me joining had nothing to do with that. But yeah, I love playing with these boys.
Yeah, Amazing to hear, especially considering the fact that it's been such a long journey, right? Every single team here has gone through a ton of ups and downs. It's been something that, some people had to get knocked down, just like Kansas State. They had to get knocked down to lowers and work their way through the entire thing. I will just go ahead and ask, what has it been like ever since you joined MCC and started going on this like really positive run? What has it been like team wise? You have some amazing teammates with you. What are the vibes like playing with them?
High, honestly. We never get down. Pick each other up, and honestly, it's a lot of fun. And the one word I can describe it is we just grind, man. Honestly, we're always on, we're always playing, and we knew that we had a chance to win right when we started. Right when we took Kansas State to that game 5, and we pulled out on top. We realized, okay, we got something here. So we just kept grinding away and putting in those hours, and we ended up here at game 7 again against them. So I don't think that's ever not going to be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the season comes to an end of a North v North, but I think one final thing, do you want to give any thanks to anyone before we let you go?
I mean, I guess thanks to my boy Parth and all my teammates for allowing me to join them a little bit late and have a fun season with them. Super excited that we came out on top at the end of the tournament here. It's been a lot of fun. I'm excited for the following years.
Yeah, we
Thank
are
you so much,
also
Tim.
super excited for that. Thank you. Apologies, I'm overstepping a little bit, but it's so cool. It's so cool to see it. Thank you, obviously, for the interview, and congratulations for being one of the players that are the first official for the inaugural season MCC champions. Go celebrate with the team. Again, thank you for the interview. Thank you for the wonderful match.
Of course, man. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, have a
Yep,
good one. Take care.
Hey, you too.
And with that, I mean, could you have asked for a better way for the season to end?
I don't know. I don't know if I
I
could,
don't-
unless it went to a bracket,
bracket reset?
If,
Yeah.
if it went to
I
a
mean-
bracket reset, I might have to take like heart medication to get to sleep tonight.
Yeah, I mean, my sleep is not ruined. I mean, but I think let's pull up the bracket. Let's see what we have seen during the playoffs. It will be slightly outdated. We do not have the victory of Nebraska on there, I believe. But I think let's take a quick look at what that shows. And as you can see, yeah, it was a long, arduous journey for some of the teams here. Nebraska, they've only dropped 2 games going to the grand finals, where they've dropped 3. Not updated here, but Kansas State, I want to point out to them again. They lost in game 7. They had to go and face Texas Tech. Then they had to go face a game 7 again. Then they went to Washington State game 6 today. Then CSUF. And then they lost in game 7. But what a journey from then. A team that was the number 1 team in the North at one point. And obviously, it wasn't quite the ending that they wanted, but you can hang your head high, because in the end, you showed what you're worth, and arguably, you're one of the best teams in MCC, and you're not going to be forgotten.
No, you are not going to be forgotten. And all things considered, all of these teams that performed in the playoffs, and of course, all the teams that played throughout conference, it is a massive thank you to them, because it wouldn't be possible without them. We wouldn't have had some amazing games during conference, and we wouldn't have had this wonderful playoff if it wasn't for all of these awesome teams. Yes, we crowned a champion. Yes, we have some people in playoffs. But it is really about all of these teams who showed up and did stuff that made this possible and led us to this day where we get to celebrate there being an MCC champion, which in this case, it is Nebraska, and we have a future for MCC. This is season 1, guys. We have a lot more that can happen. And if you enjoyed this playoffs, if you enjoyed watching this season, just imagine what the future is going to be like. Right now, we are celebrating a team that absolutely deserves this championship, but it is going to be thanks to them and all of these wonderful teams that we will have more champions in the future.
Yeah, but obviously, the MCC is young, it's new, but there's a whole history of it waiting to be written in by more collegiate players. But I think that's something we're going to talk about more in the upcoming semesters. and more history will be written then. But I think it's officially time to conclude the inaugural season of the MCC Championships. I think it's time to end the stream. Thank you so much for joining us here for the playoffs, those of you who were around and stuck around. And we hope to see you here in the futures. Thank you, and good night.
Good night.